Sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Get back and get back a little more.
Today's matchup. Longzhu Gaming. CJ ENTUS. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
There we go. Hey guys, welcome to another day of the LCK Piggyback broadcast. I'm Achilles. With me is Monte Cristo yet again. And we have an interesting game for you guys tonight. It's a battle to be the best of the worst. It's Longzhu Gaming versus CJ ENTUS. Two of our bottoming out teams. MVP would be the other one in that bottom 3 spot. But you know, neither of these teams having any success, really. Longzhu was able to take a single game off of KT Rolster, but couldn't find the match victory. CJ hasn't won a single game yet. They're 0-6.
Well, somebody's going to win a series tonight. That's really what the takeaway from this is. Obviously, both these teams are 0-3. Yep. CJ really struggling this season. They can't really go to that happy late game place that they used to. They've been particularly poor in the early game. Yep. And I think the statistics here really underscore the kind of matchup that we're likely to see. CJ right now is number 10 in this league in Dragon Control at 30%, meaning that they take only 30% of the dragons that spawn during their games. Longzhu is second worst at 38%. So neither of these teams have been very effective at controlling what is probably the most important aspect of League of Legends at this point in time.
Yeah, it's just, it's not a good look for either of these squads, really, at the end of the day. I mean, Longzhu, of course, last split, we're looking pretty strong at the start of things. Everybody's like, okay, you know, maybe this 10-man roster is going to shake out, and then they ended up falling, I believe, to 7th place by the end of it. You can see the standings right now. Longzhu tied for 8th place with MVP, who has been looking considerably stronger. They've kind of had those heartbreak losses, but they've looked like they've kind of deserved to win a bit more so than these two teams.
At least what we can say about Longzhu is that the KT Rolster series was a lot better from them. So it was actually a competitive series. Some other nice things about Longzhu is at least they're number 5 in gold differential at 15 minutes. So getting early gold leads has not really been a problem for them. It's converting their win conditions into victories where they have really struggled, playing their comps wrong, not playing around Baron when they should, not sieging up when they should, and that's really been their big fault. CJ, on the other hand, there are almost too many problems to name.
Yeah, I mean, both of these squads have lost to, you know, stronger teams. CJ has lost to SK Telecom, to Afrika Freaks and Ever, who've been looking really good for their first time in the LCK. Longzhu losing as well to Afrika Freaks, Jin Air, who've been looking very strong, and then KT, where they had that 1-2 game. But the problem is, it's not even just like, oh, you know what, they played against better teams, that's why they lost. It's they just look completely out of it when they play, especially for CJ. Like you said, Longzhu having some improvements in that set.
They've been competitive, at least in the early game.
But CJ
has been not competitive at any point in time.
Yeah.
And that's really the problem. To the degree that CJ actually has the 3rd shortest game time in this league because they've been getting destroyed so quickly.
That's what happens when you just get clapped in every game that you play, and you can see that on your screen. Longzhu have shortened their roster since last split, but they'll be coming out with Expression, Chaser, Coco, and Emperor and Pure to round at the bottom side. So still starting with Emperor, not going to be seeing Fury in this first matchup.
Yeah, Fury has been really inconsistent. Great on Jin, really rather poor on everything else.
And Jin, very much the ADC that you need to form a comp around. You can't just plug and play with him. So, going to be starting with Emperor. We'll see how that goes for them. CJ ENTUS, though, still not changing anything up. This has kind of been what I've been touting these last couple times that we've seen them, is that maybe we should see somebody that's not Kramer play AD carry and try that out, see how that goes for him. But they're still sticking with him in the AD carry role.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And even some of the players who were looking pretty good at points last season haven't really been showing up. Untara started to play some Fiora, get his feet under him as a carry top laner, and we saw BDD's Azir, which has remained pretty much out of his hands. I assume Longzhu on the blue side in this game is going to try and first pick the Azir, because at least Coco in the series against KT looked better on that champion.
Yeah, that was like the first time that we've seen him in recent history where he actually performed like the Coco that we can come to expect with that Azir in his hands. So it's good to see that he's not completely lost it.
Yeah, and they were returning to some of the old picks that we expect from Coco and Chaser. The Jason and Italy in the final game against KT. Now, I didn't like the Callista that was sort of randomly thrown in there, but it seems like they're starting to figure out sort of what works for them again. And Longzhu, in their wins last season, would frequently play these poke compositions, and that was one of the few ways they were able to secure victories. So you could see them kind of going back to that, the poke, the siege compositions, and I expect we'll probably see a little bit more of that tonight, but we'll just have to wait. As for CJ, I don't know. They just are the most bizarrely passive team, letting all the dragons go on the map. Out of all the jungle share right now, they actually have the worst. They take the lowest amount of the jungle. They're only at about 44% of the jungle that they take, which is really low.
Yeah.
Really low.
That's pretty abysmal.
So.
And I mean, that's with their new jungler coming in, because we had I specifically had so much criticism for Bubbling. Maybe a little bit too much. Maybe it was a little too harsh on him last split. But, had big hopes for Haru with him coming into the match, and it just hasn't been looking that much better.
No, it hasn't.
You can see straight in one of the weirdest KDA graphs that we've ever really had. Everything's just completely oblong here.
Yeah, it shows that BED at least has been able to hold his own, as well as Pure and Chaser to certain degrees. We'll be a little Blanc banned out first, and the Rise taken out on the side of CJ. So Bard actually going to be banned against Mad Life. He has played Bard, and they still haven't gotten a win. And Pure is also a very good Bard player, so that is a bit of an interesting ban to come right out. And there is the Azir. Don't let that get first picked away, especially because if they are going to take Jace, they would have to blind pick it in this scenario.
Yeah.
Now, BDD has had a lot of Zed bans against him, so I'm not sure if these are going to come through.
Yeah, he has been the recipient of that, especially while playing on the red side, so he can get that last pick potential with the Zed. But it's going to be Kindred taken away.
Are they going to let him have Nidalee? No.
Okay, yeah.
I was a little bit worried about that.
Chaser have Nidalee. He would be that would be a first pick for sure.
And Swain is going to be the first pick in this game. That is a heavy priority on that particular champion. Very unusual that you wouldn't take an Echo there.
Yeah, now we can see CJ just playing around the idea of picking up that Echo for themselves. And I mean, it's with Swain locked in, if that goes into the mid lane, we saw Faker just yesterday pull out the Anivia and completely dunk on that Swain Vladimir composition that Rox Tigers brought.
I have a feeling it's going to be Swain Vladimir again. I have this sinking feeling in my stomach, Achilleos.
You guys ready for the tilt trade?
No. As long as they don't get counterpicked by Anivia Sivir, I'm going to be okay. I'll survive somehow. Could be Echo and Karma here for some good poke, and we'll see. Yeah, they are going to lock those in. So Karma most likely at that support position, but a lot of flexibility in CJ's draft so far.
Yeah, we could see it go into the mid. I mean, Echo as well, something that could be flopped around here and there, but we won't find out until that next round happens. So, I mean, Lucian on the board. This is definitely one of the pickups that Kramer would be looking for, so it's also a little bit of a takeaway in addition to getting a very strong AD carry for the side of Longzhu, and they grab the Rek'Sai as well to boot. So far, pretty good composition coming through from Longzhu. Let's see what CJ's able to piece together now.
Yeah, CJ has been playing some jungle Gragas, but they already have a very AP heavy composition, and with the Rek'Sai being taken away, they're probably going to have to take an AP jungler here. They're going to take the Graves. That's the only real choice I think they have, because otherwise you end up with Echo, Karma, and then maybe Ezreal with an AP jungler, and that is way too easy to itemize against when it comes to magic resist. Although the Varus could also round it out for BDD, it's true. Could take Ezreal Varus, and you'd be okay with a Gragas or with an Elise.
Yeah, that'd be a decent poke with the Karma as well in there. But we haven't seen Varus for whatever reason the last couple days of LCK.
We've seen him banned, and that's the thing, is it seems like there are certain Varus teams and certain other teams believe that is a ban-worthy champion. Coco certainly play that. They could take Braum Varus here and be in a pretty good situation, but it would be a little bit awkward with the Swain unless they wanted to split push with it. And no.
Uh-oh.
It's happening.
Oh, no.
I may take the Zyra. I would not take the Soraka here. If anything, you should grab the Braum, so at least you have some more crowd control. But it's going to fall into the same trap that we saw yesterday, and it's going to happen.
Oh, boy.
This is the same composition that they used in Game 2 yesterday.
Yep.
Exactly the same as the Rocks Tigers, but there could still be an Anivia here, and that would be a major blocker to what Longzhu are trying to do, because this is the composition that totally lacked engage. I liked it better when it was with Graves and Ashe, as opposed to it being with Lucian and Rek'Sai, because you're too reliant on Flash Braum ult or Flash on Burrow to actually engage. And it could be a Victor here. Victor's still going to be very good at kiting, but lacks that immediate slow and the immediate CC of the Anivia, especially with the displacement with the wall.
It's not nearly as bursty anymore as well.
Yeah, it's going to be perfectly fine against Longzhu's composition, but it's not the same level of hard counter that we saw from that Anivia yesterday. Apparently BDD probably not able to play that pick at this point in time. We'll see if Longzhu can execute this better than the Rocks Tigers did yesterday. Certainly it will be easier to play into Ezreal Vladimir than it would have been to play into Anivia Sivir. Still going to be tricky to nail the Ezreal down, and they do also have the Karma speed for kiting, so it's only slightly easier actually. You basically just don't have the wall and the instant slow coming out from the Glacial Storm, as well as the Flash Frost stun. So, but you could still, of course, get slowed down by the gravity field, stopped in your tracks with the stun there, and then you have to battle your way through a Chaos Storm also. Still going to be tricky, I think, for Longzhu to execute this, and man, I cannot believe they took the exact same composition as Game 2 yesterday.
Well, feeling a little bit more confident. Now, the big question is, what Vladimir does Coco play? Does he play a Cry Vladimir, or does he play a Kuro Vladimir? For his sake, let's hope that it's the former.
Yeah, we'll hope he gets Proto Belt this game, which should help out a little bit with their engages. But CJ still is going to have immense choke point and zone control with the parallel convergence and the gravity field, as well as the Mantrid Inner Fire. So this is going to be tough. Again, Longzhu will be fighting, I feel, an uphill battle to actually get their AoE damage off in this particular game. Comes down to their execution, but far easier to be CJ in this situation, where you have so many ways to kite this out and to cut them off as they're attempting to engage.
Well, keep a look on Chaser and see how he's able to apply some pressure early on, maybe get those lanes ahead so that they can just roll over CJ as the game goes later and later. But because Haru right now, he's not been really applying much pressure in the lanes. So definitely going to have to keep our eyes on both of those junglers and see how they're going to be pathing. But let's go ahead and get ready to go straight into Game 1, Longzhu versus CJ. The battle to be the best of the worst.
You really know how to sell that, Achilles. Sell it to the fans.
Oh, you know it. All right, Ocean Drake, first dragon that we're going to be seeing pop up here on Summoner's Rift. And I feel for both of these teams. I would love for both of them to do well. I mean, I know CJ for years now of watching Champions before, and Longzhu, I'm friends with Les Boy, so it's like I want your team to do well, and I want CJ to do well, and it's just kind of a a depressing spot to be in.
Well, it's competition, so somebody has to lose.
미니언들이
And I
생성되었습니다.
don't really care who that is, so it's the reality of League of Legends.
As long as the games are interesting, I guess that's all we can really hope for.
I am already interested that this same composition is going to be coming through yet again. Taking a look at Coco and BDD right there. As you can see, damage per minute pretty significantly higher for Coco. BDD did have that really poor game on the Veigar.
Yeah, he's just in an interesting spot at the moment, that champion. Very situational.
Yeah, absolutely. Situational is definitely the way I would put it. We'll see how Coco does in this matchup versus the Victor. Certainly won't have that same level of punishment that he has against the Anivia.
Yeah.
The problem is, you know, once you get past 6 and you're in that matchup with the Vladimir, because he doesn't have any dashes, you can really get abused by the Glacial Storm Slow and the wall. And also because the E is targeted, if you actually do get chilled out right there, which is pretty easy to do on a stationary target, then you are guaranteed to take a huge amount of damage.
See, both the supports just going to push in here, try to harass out as best as they can, but neither going to get too much completed, but it's going to be the AD carries left alone for the time being. Getting that solo experience.
Yep, both teams getting away with a pretty greedy start here when it comes to jungling from the weak side, and not too much of an interruption.
Should be seeing the calls come across. If they're going to stick in these opposite lanes from each other rather than go back and meet for the 2v2.
I love the Cole party. Well, certainly to CJ's advantage right now to dodge this matchup for as long as they can after the first buy. So they should not be looking for the 2v2. Question is whether Longzhu is going to try to pull that off, or whether they just want to head into the bottom side and turn it into an Ocean Drake. They should have a bit of a tempo advantage right now. Hard to see with the side lanes. Coco doing just fine down here in the mid lane.
Going to be keeping just about a little bit ahead as far as that CS goes, as long as he can pick it up. So he's doing a pretty good job. BDD, of course, not really going to be able to roam until he can augment that item for a couple times so he can actually clear the back wave.
Yep. And here comes CJ on the recall. They will be about 8 seconds faster than Longzhu as they return back down into the lane. Do see the wards going back in between the rubble of the first tier turret and the tier 2 turret, just to make sure that they know exactly when that duo lane will be coming up and when the top laners have to get out of that precarious position, farming in the lane. So pretty standard stuff, about as standard can be in this game so far when it comes to lane swapping.
See, the Haru's still really deep into Longzhu's side of the map, taking away those wolves. Now we're going to be backing off. But maybe we'd see him poke up toward that top side and try to get something going with Tara, but he's just going to go ahead and retreat back to those Raptors. Pick those up for himself. But still have to wait for that first back from Coco, see where he's going to be going with his build. I do anticipate the Proto Belt, would like to see it. We didn't get to see it used too many times by Cry last night.
Mostly as an escape tool, unfortunately.
Yeah, when he was getting chased down on that bottom side of the map. But, yeah, I would like to see that and actually have it used to be very, you know, as a very aggressive tool in this matchup. Try to get on top of that Ezreal on the backside. It's also really good just to create extra distance from yourself in the Chaos Storm. If not, jump out of the gravity field. So
yeah,
a couple different uses there.
Yeah, especially around the delayed CC, because it's important to note that both Victor and Echo don't have immediate crowd control, right? Yeah. It does take time for the gravity field or the parallel convergence to work, so you can just bypass that and make sure that you're not going to take any of those stuns while dealing some damage. Be advantageous. Coco is going to go for the Kindle Gem first, and we'll see what he turns that into. Obviously, a few options right here, but we'll hope he starts heading towards that Proto Belt pretty soon.
Yep.
And now CJ is going to drop down and take this Ocean Drake as expected, and let's see how far Longzhu really wants to push this up in the top side. Looks like they're just going to recall in the end. So free Drake over there, and they are pinging out the Rift Herald. So it will be an actually quite early Rift Herald attempt here from Longzhu, as they at least want to answer objective for objective.
Yeah.
Rift Herald a little tricky to do, though.
He's a lot beefier than he was before.
Yes, he is.
So it does a hell of a lot more damage. I know that the additional damage that you get by hitting him in the eye on his backside is significantly nerfed as well. So it makes taking him a bit harder. You can see Pure Chaser having a rough time with that one. So they will be able to finish it off. Chaser going to take the buff, and we'll see that one expire just before the 27-minute mark.
Yeah, and Ocean Drake, the next one up too. Meantime, Emperor did go for the faster recall, not helping out with that Rift Herald, and just right back into lane. But still cautious, has the Dirk now, though, to go alongside his Cull.
Yeah,
and
he's got a CS advantage, so
yep,
it's working out well for him.
Kramer just dodging that matchup. And Kramer probably should just rush Iceborne Gauntlet here so they have even more kiting capabilities against Longzhu's Swain Vladimir composition, which apparently is all the rage in Korea these days. I'm not the biggest fan, especially when you take it on blue side, and especially when there are a lot of possible counter picks available, when you know that the Ezreal couldn't come through, or that Victor is perfectly fine against it. Like I said, not as good as the Anivia, but can do the same job.
Yeah. God, the Anivia Ezreal combo would have been so annoying.
Well, especially with Karma, too, because basically she does give a mini Sivir ultimate.
Yeah, everybody run away from them, slow them up with the Iceborne Gauntlet.
With the shield, too.
Oh, wow, look at this, though. CJ going to be pushing straight in for this tier 2 turret. The bottom side from Longzhu not nearly pressed far enough, and Tara is out down there to answer, so they're going to get a lot of damage in onto this.
Yeah, and in fact, see right there, because Chaser was over on this side of the map, they are going to be able to save some farm for Expression, but they do deny some as well. Meanwhile, Echo not having that same denial problem, and that's why Untar is up 37-15 right now. Use that tempo advantage to get some CS on the top laner. So I really like what we saw CJ do, which is just press hard into the turret to make sure that this Echo was going to continuously have this advantage. And you know, Emperor's been pushing very slowly, and when they just sent the AD carry down there and took the Rift Herald instead, this is what happened. They were not able to push Echo off the wave. And that's resulting in this pretty substantial disparity, 2 levels and what, 25 CS or so.
Yeah.
That's why you shouldn't take the Rift Herald early, really, because the 20-minute buff on your jungler really isn't worth getting your top laner behind this much.
Yeah.
Especially when he's going to be building a Rod of Ages and trying to scale.
Yeah, and the Swains that we've seen so far have pretty much for the most part been less than stellar, so it's even worse to have him further behind. So we can see so far it's just a double Doran's ring, but already Untara comes out with the Spectre's Cowl, rather. So he's just going to be eating up all of that damage that Expression's going to try to push out.
I mean, this is just so bad for Longzhu.
Yep.
And a direct result of them doing what you would have done before the Rift Herald had been changed, but then getting super punished for it. And not only that, but Emperor did get a little bit more CS as a result, but not substantially enough to make a big difference. And if they want to play this game now, they're going to have to play around Emperor's earlier power spike, considering he did get a small CS lead. But he's got to use it.
Yeah, the gap's closing too. We can see Kramer has been catching up. It was pretty significant, about 20 plus CS a little while ago, and now it's closing in significantly, about 15 separating these guys at the moment.
Yeah, and he could just farm back. He already has the tier and he has cooldown boots, so he'll just be able to spam those Mystic shots to safely, from a long way away, last hit that CS. And it will be the Proto Belt up first, actually.
Yeah. All right, so already completed there for Coco. Now he just needs to, be able to use it, make that grand entrance, find those kills. But right now, it's got no kill pressure really on anybody outside of Kramer.
No, it's a scaling game for Longzhu, right?
Good luck getting to him.
It's a scaling game. Expression is super far behind, 32 CS now. And that's going to delay his Rod of Ages, delay everything about this game for Longzhu, and it may put them in a very awkward position.
Yep. Longzhu is now trying to do what CJ's been trying to do for all these matches. Is just hold on tight and let Emperor carry the way.
Well, Emperor really hasn't been carrying very hard for Longzhu, it must be said.
Yeah.
Well, one game they've won, and the rest of the games that they've lost, Emperor has been overly aggressive, some questionable positioning at times, and this is a reality that they have to live in, is playing around now this Lucian. So a little bit dicey here. Intara certainly able to hold his own, and this is going to be great for CJ. As long as they can continue to take these Drakes, which will happen again in 30 seconds. If they get double Ocean Drake here, they can pretty much back off from any kind of that AoE that Longzhu puts down, and then just go ahead, back off, get some healing done, and then re-engage. So a couple of these Ocean Drakes will be really nice.
Yeah, they have a decent siege potential because they have so much poke to just push Longzhu off of those tier 2 towers when it comes down to it. The Ezreal Mystic shots, Karma just throwing out everything amplified by Mantra, a Victor, a Graves. I mean, they have so much long-range poke.
Well, even Echo with the Time Winder, and crucially, they get it's also not so much about the poke as it is the fact that you can use the gravity field and the parallel convergence to
zone them off.
to just convince them that they don't want to defend that turret.
Yeah. Any damage you take, you just back off and you let the Ocean Drake do the work.
We're going to open up with the Ghost Blade culling. Does get Mad Life down to about 2/3 HP. And Kramer here still slowly making an effort to push the wave out. You can see he does have his Sheen now. So Longzhu not going to give up this Drake without a fight. And they have the minion wave pressure to actually just double back right now as soon as they push it into the turret. So Pure and Chase are working well together to make this Drake a reality.
Haru maybe a little bit of a rough spot. Actually, they go straight in onto Mad Life, pop him up with the Unburrow, and he goes down here, flashing the wall, will keep himself alive. But now Longzhu just turning tail straight onto Haru, rip right through him and Untara to boot. They're just going to find 3 free kills, only giving up 1 from their support. And that's going to be a Drake over to the side of Longzhu.
Yep, using that early Yomo's Ghost Blade and the armor penetration that it brings to make the big plays. Remember, Untara went for magic resist. He doesn't have anything right now to deal with Emperor. So they get a good collapse. They find Mad Life in that back line, and Chaser just commits to it. Infernal Drake will be up next.
Yep.
We take a look at this. Chaser and Pure right here. Look at that. Great target selection there. And shot call from Longzhu. Pure does actually just get killed by the Death Ray over the wall, but Haru's going to fall. Now Untara gets out after having used his ultimate. Had to use it, but it did bring him right back into the fray, and then he is quickly blown up.
Yeah, that was a really weird flash there from Haru as well. Didn't really take him over a wall, just kind of sidestepped and then got collapsed on again. But like you said, great target selection there from Longzhu, knowing their limits and who they can blow up very quickly. And finding 3 members and only losing Pure, that's a pretty good trade.
Yes, it is.
So now that sets them up to be able to contest for these further Drakes coming forward. Like you said, Infernal is going to be the next one up, and I'm sure they would love to get their hands on that for Emperor's Lucian, which is starting to take off with this build as he's going to start working toward that Black Lever.
At least right now when we're looking at Expression, he did finish his Rod of Ages already, which isn't too terribly late. Getting it at 14 minutes is a couple minutes later than you would have liked to have seen, but it's not a disaster scenario. He's still falling behind, but they're playing around Emperor right now. Longzhu, Emperor's showing up, and he's doing what he needs to do at this point in the game.
Yep. Try to push in for this tier 2, but the wave clear is there from the side of CJ, so they're only going to get a few little love taps in on that.
Now, warding just substantially better for Longzhu right now. If we look how many pinks they already have on the map, 4, I believe.
Oh, Emperor going up, trying to duel Haru, does pop the Yoma's Ghost Blade.
Yeah, I really like what Emperor's doing. He's going to have to run away from that Death Ray, but this time he's not afraid to press his advantage and his item power spike to make things difficult for CJ ENTUS, and they're turning it into objectives. They're, most importantly, turning it into vision control, and CJ just really falling flat when it comes to warding in this game. Chaser is actually doing the Bengi build here of Blue Smite with the Sightstone and now finishing up the Cinder Hulk, so they are playing a vision-centric game on their jungler, and not something that we're used to seeing from Chaser.
Yep. Still a little bit worrisome with the CS discrepancy that's still there for the top side. See Expression still down about 33 at the moment, so you need to get him farmed up as best as they can so that he can be in that front line and just live forever with his ultimate. He's got a Rod of Ages to kick things off, which he's only got those 2 stacks in, so still going to be quite a bit of time before we see that completed. But where he goes from here, we have to see still. Zonia's definitely an item that we want to see early from him, so he can just go right up into the face of CJ ENTUS, pop that item, and then just sit there and regenerate all of the HP that he lost walking up. Something that we really missed from Smeb in that first game.
Yes, indeed. Coco looks like he does want to go for the Abyssal as a second item. Skill we saw from Cry yesterday. Picking up a little bit of that magic penetration aura. And Sebastian coming around right here. Will be seen by Untara with the help of parallel convergence. Now it's just about wave clear duties here for Expression, and he'll just be able to flip in and out of bird form and mostly be able to control this wave. Still lagging behind by about 40 CS. Meanwhile, Kramer has basically caught up to Emperor.
Yeah, he had a lead over him actually just a minute ago, but Emperor caught that wave down here in the bot side, now pushing back into Kramer. So these guys are just going to keep teetering back and forth, really, as far as that lead's concerned. But he did go for the Iceborne Gauntlet first, as you suggested.
Yeah,
so
I think that's a good call. You really don't want to get greedy here, because them closing the gap on you with a composition like the one Longzhu is running can be somewhat of a disaster, but nobody really with a convincing lead at this juncture. And I think a lot of this game is just going to hinge around who gets this next Infernal Drake, and Longzhu should be in a pretty good spot to do that. Yeah, they won't have the fully stacked Rod of Ages, but they will have a significantly stronger AD carry.
Well, it's going to be the Youmu's into the culling yet again, just trying to whittle down Mad Life. But again, Ocean Drake is there for him, and even if he recalls, he can speed himself back up with that shield. See Expression going in aggressive onto Untara, not going to get clipped by that parallel convergence. He's just not taking any damage right now on this Swain, and Untara's going to have to back off. So Spectre's Cal aside, still cannot stand up against this Swain.
Yeah, I really like the fact that we see Haru at least going for the faster Youmu's Ghostblade, so that they have something to work with here from the attack damage perspective in the early game. But Chaser has been really dominant in terms of his control of the jungle so far, and particularly around the vision.
Yeah.
Pure and Chaser have been working really well together this game to make sure that they can get into the enemy jungle and get all the information they possibly can. And Kramer has to avoid some of this poking right before this next Drake is going to spawn.
Yeah, and Emperor just keeping that wave pushed up underneath the tier 2, knowing that his team is just waiting in the sidelines. He's going to be able to pick up a blue buff for himself, so constant dashing, constant piercing lights coming out from this Lucian. He's going to be really hard to catch from the side of CJ. Doesn't look like he's going to go back, though, before this Drake comes up. So we'll see if they're going to go for it in that time span, or if they do want him to go back and purchase, because he has completed the call stacking. So he should be pretty close at this point, because he hasn't bought in a while, to that Black Cleaver, at least the major components of it.
Actually, he's going to recall pretty late. He may have been waiting for an item, but
maybe he got the purchase now.
Yeah, that's pretty sloppy, actually, because if he's going to stay up that far for that long, certainly he had the vision, so that he wasn't going to get collapsed on, but I thought he'd just transition immediately into the Drake and dare them to walk that far past the minion wave, but now they're giving CJ a little bit of time. Although Kramer is not pushing that wave back out, he's mostly just taking pot shots at it. Very afraid of the darkness on the bottom side of the map. I mean, they just don't have any wards right now, CJ. So he is playing about as cautiously as you can.
See, Longzhu's just going to feel perfectly comfortable to go ahead and start this one up, and it looks like there's not going to be any contention from the side of CJ. So second Drake over to Longzhu in a row. Time it's the Infernal, and the follow-up will be another Infernal.
Wow, and that's so huge for the likes of Longzhu because of how well they're going to scale on their AP carries in the top and mid lane.
Yep.
Kramer taking a trip back to base for his Manamune right now. He's got that done and continues stacking his tier. However,
I wonder how close he is. It should be actually a pretty late stack.
Yeah, he'll probably get it in about 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, probably not as late as Faker's Anivia, but
no, that was a little wacky yesterday. But delayed tier build, I think, ended up working. Certainly, SK Telecom had no problems against this exact same composition that Longzhu is running last night. falling back into the river right now. Again, I just have to keep pointing this out. The vision from CJ just hasn't been there at all this game. It's hindering their ability to play the map pretty significantly.
Yeah, I think they have 5 wards down, and 3 of them are on their side of the map.
And they just got some wards into the river right now. But we'll see how long they last. Neither team with a pink ward in their inventory, but Longzhu has placed far more pinks already this game, and that lens going to sweep out pretty much everything they just put down into the river.
Yeah. And they have a really great pink that's just been sitting behind the red pit over here on the upper side of the map. Coco, though, going to get caught up by the gravity field. This is the second weak pull, trying to get away from the Chaos Storm. Will be able to do so, but meanwhile, Emperor has already picked off Haru, and BDD on the run. It's going to get pop shot by Emperor on the fallback. Dara going in, has to use the ultimate, gets a good amount of damage in onto the members of Longzhu, but they're still comfortable to stick around. True Shot Barrage comes out, only getting clip expression, and he is going to remain pretty healthy on that Swain. So all in all, 2 for 0 pickup here for Longzhu.
And Emperor is playing much better in this game than he has this season. He's playing aggressively, but appropriately so, and with the rest of his team. He's not overextending, but he is doing things that are expanding his advantage, right? And they know they need to play around him early. He was the one who got the lead in that bottom side, and they're transitioning it into kills. I mean, Coco just going to come in here with the Tides of Blood for a couple of trades early on. Does get the Proto Belt engaged right there, and then Haru just dove under the turret. Emperor just rolls in with the culling, flashes on top of BDD, and then finishes him off for the double before turning onto Untara, who did TP down for that. Remember, Expression was just there. Longzhu has been putting on so much pressure on the map that every time it seems like Expression just able to get there without having to use the teleport. Still 30 CS down, but he's nearly caught up, only 300 behind in gold, thanks to some of these global objectives and the fact that he's picked up a couple of assists.
Yeah, and look at this lead now for Emperor, 3-0-2 scoreline. He's got 1,700 over top of Kramer at the moment. That is just a huge discrepancy. You do not want to be in as Ezreal, who still has to get some of these more major items in before you're going to be doing that much damage. You can see he's not even going for the Blade of the Runic King. Oh my god, Mad Life though getting jumped on right in the jungle. They're going to be able to turn this one around though, as Haru does take out Pure Chaser, still way too far forward. Emperor and Coco coming around the sidelines though, and they work down BDD. They might have bitten off more than they can chew. Coco flashes the wall, Expression taking up the tower, but Kramer comes over with the Mystic Shot and will be able to take him down now. Expression getting slowed up by that Frozen Fist. Will be able to walk out of here, but this could be a mid-tower going over to the side of CJ.
I guess he was just fishing for the Lucian right there.
Trying to find Emperor.
He wasn't pushing that minion wave, and CJ may be able to turn that into an objective right now, as Longzhu thought they had a pick right there, but Chaser not quite tanky enough alongside Pure to survive the damage coming in from Haru.
Yeah, 3 for 1 in the end.
And a mid lane turret, so CJ all of a sudden right back into this one.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for CJ, they don't really have an opportunity to take this Drake, which is going to be just incredibly important here in 2 minutes' time.
Yeah, that would really level the playing field for them, because the gold is just about even. They're still up that tower, so if Longzhu, makes that an even count, they will have a gold lead, but we'll take a look at this.
I mean, I understand what they're trying to do. They wanted to just burst down Mad Life again. Emperor was there to try and get the pick off, but they were playing around BDD, and it's a really late teleport from this Swain, too, as Expression comes in, and he's also still in the mid lane. Was there to try and tank out the turret after the Vladimir flash over the wall. However, they took a 4v5 in the enemy jungle, and obviously that wasn't going to turn out well, unless they basically one-shot Mad Life. But unfortunately for Longzhu, Emperor was just tagging a little bit too far behind.
It's also just a little bit of an odd teleport spot for Expression. He had 3 wards in the jungle to pick from. All of them around the Krugs and the red buff pit. That would have placed him straight in the middle of the fight, which is where you want to be as Swain. So maybe a little too much confidence that his team would be able to kite down into the mid lane, but either way, did not arrive nearly in time to make any difference in that fight.
Well, it will be a great place for CJ for this next Drake. They still have their mid lane turret up. There's almost no chance that it's going to go down anytime soon, with BDD playing a level 14 Victor and having that wave clear. So Longzhu sets their sights on the Scuttle Crab instead. This is where they're going to make their stand. And obviously, if you're CJ, engaging into this composition from Longzhu is a very unpleasant prospect. Trying to walk into Swain and Victor, not the easiest.
Comes out, and Tara's going to lock up here. He's just taking up that damage in the front line. Chaos Storm coming out. chipping down Coco slowly and surely, and so far Longzhu haven't really been able to return that much damage, except on Undara, and Kramer gets the snipe with the True Shot Barrage, taking down Pure. Suddenly, looks like this is an Infernal Drink right from the taking for CJ ENTUS.
Wow, so he's just going to go for it right away. Kiting through that choke point, getting the poke that they needed. So, the uncontested Infernal Drake as each team now with an Ocean and Infernal apiece. Coco just falling back and everybody on Longzhu backing away. I think they could have done a little bit more there, honestly, but not having that level of confidence just yet. Seems like Longzhu is going to be looking for double Zonias at this point onto Coco and Expression, and that may be the trigger that they need to really play for an item power spike right now. Meanwhile, pretty impressive build from Emperor, already done with a Black Labor and a Maw, so he is really scary.
Yeah, it was actually a Maw for Haru as well. Wasn't going for the Yomu's Ghostblade on the Grave, so he just wants to be able to soak up all of that AP damage that's coming across from Coco and Expression as well.
Definitely a good choice too. Yeah. I thought he was just trying to match the Lucian in the early game, but obviously that's quite difficult considering you are not going to get anywhere near as many auto attacks off.
Yeah. Yeah, Emperor now looking like the potential saving grace for Longzhu, but they need to stop picking these ridiculous fights that they just keep losing out.
Yeah, especially that one in the enemy jungle. That was the really bad thing, is they had done so much work to prepare for this dragon.
Yep.
Now, it didn't affect the dragon.
Oh boy. Well, that's warded.
But giving away a lot of those kills and the money, as well as allowing CJ a chance to ward up the Drake, it was a pretty considerable problem for them.
Yep, early Rylai's here for BDD. Just looking to slow up everybody, keep them in that Chaos Storm, but Coco does come in with the Zonias already, so it's going to be his third item pickup.
Yeah, Rylai's actually the next pickup for Expression. Not actually going to be going for his Zonias just yet, however, pressure coming in right now.
Still will have a Spirit Visage being his third item completion. Mad Life going to find a root onto Coco. He's trying to throw down as much damage as he can. Whittle down that Vladimir, but overall, Longzhu just going to get about half of the HP off of that mid-tier 1 tower. And everything is pretty much still dead even. So even though CJ have been winning these fights, these last two that we saw between these teams, still haven't been able to transition into too many objectives other than that tier 1 turret and then the Infernal Drake, which really just helps level that playing field. Emperor going to use the Calling. Rips off a good amount of Kramer's HP, but cannot go in for any sort of kill.
Wise not to overplay that right there. Especially still doing okay in the 1v1 versus this Echo. Tara has started building armor. Meanwhile, AP still stacking up here for Expression. Let's see what exactly Longzhu is going to pull off. They have this big problem of the mid turret, but they've controlled both the side waves, so now that everything's past the river, they can just group up in the mid lane again and try and take it out. That has to be their primary focus at this stage of the game. Just split them up. Now you know where the Ezreal is. True Shot Barrage is down. Ezreal with the early Executioner's Calling too, which I really like. If you're going to be facing against this huge sustained front line, these sustained tanks in Swain and Vladimir, you don't have to go ahead and finish your Mortal Reminder right now. You could just go and pick up the Executioner's Calling and you're going to be just fine.
Well, so far none of them really have any armor other than the Zonias from Coco. They're going to go in for a fight though, get the pop-up on the Mad Life. He flashes away, but he's still going to go down. Now Haru trying to kite this out. Has that ultimate from the Vladimir pop. Will get his Hex Drinker, and that's going to be Emperor going in, finishing him off with the Piercing Light. So Emperor finally able to find these picks to help Longzhu get back ahead. It's going to give him a very slight gold lead here, 1.4 thousand. Longzhu are looking to pressure into the jungle and take as many objectives as they can.
Yeah, they want to take this red buff right now. Who ended up with that, actually?
Let's still get Chaser with the slow. It looks like it was Chaser got the red buff.
All right, so Chaser did pick that one up. He is going to have another Smite available very soon, and this has to be an attempt at a Baron right now from Longzhu.
Yeah, they still have 15 seconds on Haru, so no Smite going to be available for CJ. Tara is still very tanky, though, has that ultimate available as well. Throws out the parallel convergence. Will clip Chaser. He hovers out of it just in time. The Baron getting taken down. Chaser going to be the target here for Matara, but can't burn him down fast enough. That's going to be the spike confirmed there for Longzhu as they take away the Baron. The Expression is just going straight onto BDD and Kramer whittling them down slowly yet surely. Tara has fallen in the pit. The flash not enough to keep him alive, but Kramer goes in, finds Coco, and they're going to find Emperor as well. This could be the turnaround here for CJ ENTUS as they are hot on the heels of Longzhu. All members very low. Not going to be able to find any more kills, but they take away 2 of those Baron buffs.
Yeah, absolutely huge for Longzhu. And there's not really a recourse here. Everybody from the likes of Longzhu Gaming is going to be up and available by the time that this next dragon spawns. Doesn't really matter if they lose 3 people. You're not really going to be able to push anything right now if you're on the side of CJ. So just a little bit late right there. The picks coming through as we take a look at this Baron attempt. Parallel convergence is keeping them in the pit right there. Then you see the gravity field go down. Not actually the best placement of either of those abilities because they fail to land. And Longzhu wants to finish this anyway. That's the thing. The read right there, those are great if the team is trying to turn onto you. But they're not great if you don't have a jungler to smite steal and there's no pressure from on Longzhu to actually leave the pit. They could just go deeper and deeper into that pit. And they've got a lot of AoE of their own if you decide to walk into that choke point. So CJ does clean up just a little bit with the help of Kramer's Ezreal, but I think the call there and the use of those abilities from Echo and from Vlad was pretty fundamentally flawed.
Definitely had a big opportunity to find that ace, but just weren't able to clinch it out. Now we can see Longzhu pressuring up into the mid side again, really wanting to take down that tier 1 turret, the last one standing beside CJ.
Yeah, they're starting this brutal split push too. Expression doesn't have any armor, but he's got enough HP and sustain that apparently they are not worried about that aspect of his play. Coco does join up with the rest of his team right now. I think he probably should just go down into the bottom and try and reverse the pressure on that wave. Expression still with his teleport up. He did not use it to try and take that last Baron. It is going to be a
Cloud Drake, yep. So no Mountain Drakes this game.
Yeah, you don't care about that if you're Longzhu at all. You just care about expanding your gold lead, getting these objectives.
Chaser just pushing in. It's going to send Utara backing back towards the base. That's going to be a tier 2 taken down here from Longzhu. So just further stretching this gold lead that has started accruing pretty significantly since that Baron went down.
We're going to pile it a mid right now. It's amazing that 33 minutes into this game with a Baron buff onto Longzhu that there is still a tier 1.
Yeah, they've only got about 10,000 off of that thing since that last push into the mid where they tried to take it. So let's see if they can get anything of this. But the wave clear there from the side of CJ is still pretty strong.
Looks like Dragon was not going to be taken, so Longzhu goes ahead and gets a 3-1 instead. Still have that Baron buff ticking away. They haven't been able to find that opening. The Victor wave clear has been a little bit too much, and Longzhu really is very poor at sieging with this composition. Poor sieging compositions are usually those that have very low mobility champions, so that if you walk up to auto a turret, you can just get caught by crowd control or poke.
Oh, look at this wave, it's so massive. I don't think CJ can really clear this one out. The Breakable's going to go ahead and stop the collateral damage, and that's going to be another tier 2 going down. So Longzhu are able to pick up a couple objectives before that Baron expires. Just going to be the 2 outer lane turrets there.
But now that they've got 2 tier 2s down the side lanes, repelling this is nearly impossible. You have to be very careful about how you rotate through your own jungle at that point, because otherwise they're just going to collapse on you extremely easily, and you've got too far to go to get back to the safety of your base at the inhibitor turret. It means they're going to let the mid fall too. So all in all, 2 turret advantage now for Longzhu, and they get about a 3,500 gold lead, which isn't too shabby. They certainly did something with that Baron buff.
Yeah, doing some work. Play of the Rune King for Kramer has been completed. Looks like Mortal Reminder probably going to be the next step. Emperor having similar thoughts as the last Whisper is in his inventory. He's also already has the Phantom Dancer completed, so really looking for that dueling potential.
I really do want to emphasize how Kramer finished the Executioner's Calling before finishing the Blade of the Rune King. I think that is such a good buy. Executioner's Calling is only about 800 gold, so you're not really delaying your build by that much, but the amount of help you can give to the rest of your team, even though his team has 2 Ignites on it to help deal with Swain and Vladimir, you can use those a little bit more sparingly then, and not just to cut healing. if you just go ahead and buy that. So that's a really, I think, intelligent buy by Kramer.
Tara's going to get this double stun here for the parallel convergence. That should put a stop to the aggression. If we're still going to go forward, you can see with that build just ripping through Tara.
Yeah, and Tara not going to stand much of a chance against this fed Lucian. Has picked up a, wow, 3 armor items, and he was still taking that much damage. Whoa.
Yeah.
Iceborne, Sunfire, and now he's on his way to a Randuin's, but that was way more damage than I expected, and that just goes to show how far Emperor is ahead this game.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole point of this build, is just rip them a new one, no matter how much armor they have, basically.
It does take a pretty huge advantage to be able to do that to an Echo at 36 minutes into the game with this Lucian, though. And Lucian's a great champion as long as you have these kind of stat lines in the early game and you make the most of him. But to Emperor's credit, his flashes during these team fights have been really good. He hasn't been overcommitting. He's been using flash aggressively but intelligently.
Yeah, and we've only seen him die just the one time, which is not what I would have expected coming into this. Kramer, though, not dying on Ezreal, I'm a little bit more used to that.
Yeah, that's that goes without saying.
Yeah.
It goes without saying.
But still a good look here for the side of Longzhu. But CJ not necessarily out of the wood, not out of this game quite just yet.
No, not at all.
They still have a lot of power with BDD, who's completed the Void Staff, has another needlessly large rod in his inventory, so...
Well, it's also just their composition. The burden of outplay is on the Longzhu zero engage comp. It's a lot easier to play against this comp with CJ's tools than it is for Longzhu to play into CJ's comp with theirs. Even though we do have that 4,000 gold lead, there's absolutely no reason why CJ can't win this game, and perhaps and arguably might actually have an advantage.
It's quite possible, but Baron's getting ready to come up here as it's just now respawning. Longzhu could go ahead and pressure out around that Baron pit. They could draw CJ into them. Getting rid of that issue of not having a gauge.
They got to get some more pink wards first, though. That's something that is going to be holding them back right now. And fortunately for them, Chaser no longer has... He's got a lot of regular wards. He's got himself a sweeper, but...
No space for the pinks.
No space for the pinks.
They're just going to go ahead and start this one up as they clear out the pit. Utaro running back now from base. Has that pink ward that he could teleport to. We can see the TP's coming in really deep from Expression. Utaro's going to match that one. Coco jumping forward with that Proto Belt. And Expression just beating him on the backside. They get straight onto BDD, and he is going to go down. Expression claiming the kill. Coco goes in. Has that Zonius to keep himself alive, and now they turn onto Antara as he retreats underneath that tier 2 tower. Coco's still really far forward. Will go down as Haru finishes him off with collateral damage, but he's going to pay for that one with his life. It's a 2-for-1, but Longzhu can just turn straight back over to the Baron.
That engage, too, really showed the problems that Longzhu has, because that was about as good as they were going to get. You could see Vlad bypass the gravity field with the Proto Belt and land a lot of those abilities. As we still look at this skirmish right here, Kramer and Bad Life are still very dangerous in this situation.
Yeah, it looks like Longzhu's just going to go ahead and have to surrender this Baron attempt. CJ not in a position to take it, but they delay it.
Expression also had a very good teleport. It was basically like a checkpoint system of AoE mages that CJ was running through. And I don't know if they're going to ever get another chance like this. Look at this. Ghost goes up. There's the pool to try and slow them down. Expression is waiting on their retreat with a Rylai's Swain. And they still only get 2 kills here. They get a 2-for-1. That's about all they can hope for, and they're still going to be struggling against the likes of CJ. Haru actually did a good job making sure that Coco went down right there after the pool.
See though, Longzhu looking to push straight back up and still keep pressuring out around this Baron pit, but they're trying to chunk out Pure as best as they can. Big wave building up on the top side. That's going to draw Coco's attention as he roams up to answer that. On the opposite side of the map, we can see Longzhu have that wave getting ready to push into the inhibitor towers down on the bot. CJ feeling confident. They're going to push into this tier 2 turret in the mid side. Draws out the calling from Emperor, so that's going to be down. Now CJ, Mad Life in a bad spot, gets caught up by the Never Move. There's going to be the gravity field come down, zoning him off. Utara comes forward, just trying to get onto Pure, does rip him down to about half HP. Glacial Fissure will stop the aggression though. Looks like that might just be a disengage. Let that Ocean Drake regenerate some of the HP on these low health members on either side.
And CJ was never worried there about what was going on. They knew that the Vladimir wasn't there. Coco was all the way up in the top lane, but minion waves have been prepped for Longzhu, and that has been a story of this game, is Longzhu just being much better at prepping side minion waves and applying the pressure.
Yep, CJ's going to have to go back and answer that wave down bot pretty soon. It's pretty massive.
Yeah, Untara no TP though, so this could be the...
Kramer's going to go do it.
Yeah, they don't have the Rek'Sai either to send down. That is...
No, he stopped the recall, so Untara is going to roam over. But they can go straight onto this Baron as soon as they see him show.
Yep, they do have a sweeper on Pure.
There we go. Start this one up, so Untara has to pull back. The minion's still at the turret. We'll see how much damage that's able to accrue down there. But meanwhile, the Baron about to hit 50% HP. CJ looking for the in. Good zoning here from the Swain so far. Gravity Field's going to be used. They will back off the pit. Longzhu not going to overcommit to this objective. They're just going to peel off. Possibly just reset these lanes and just keep poking around this objective.
Yeah, Dragon is also live right now.
Yeah.
So there is going to be that objective on the board too. But I'm surprised Longzhu backed off so quickly out of that, because as you can see with Untara farming out this top wave right now, if they had just stayed there, that wave was slowly going to push up, and I think they may have been able just to make that same play except in the top wave instead.
Yep.
Now, however, they're going to go for the Ancient Dragon. Wow.
Yeah, they saw Untara up on the top side. Still doesn't have a TP, but CJ's just going to go ahead and try to trade out for the Baron. But they're burning us so quickly, they might be able to collapse on them.
Yeah, Elder Dragon is ticking away right now. And they are going to get that. They haven't taken too much damage. They need to finish it. There you go. Emperor's going to get it. 4,000 HP on the Baron.
Yeah, the Baron's going down, though. They cannot get there in time. There's no chance of a steal. That will be confirmed, and it looks like CJ will be able to escape with their lives. However, Longzhu have the fast track onto this mid side, so they will be able to take this tier 2 tower.
Yep, just going to collapse onto that. Face tank the turret. Waiting for those minions to get there. Finally do take it out. But just because of the way, again, that Longzhu has controlled the side minion waves, there's not really anywhere for CJ to go with this Baron buff. Not immediately, at least, as we do see that Elder Dragon Baron trade that has become somewhat common in some of these late games.
Now CJ just going to counter pressure in onto this tier 2 at the mid side, and Longzhu not really able to pitch in and stop them, so they will be able to find their first objective with this Baron buff. But like you said, the rest of the waves...
TP.
Oh yeah, expansion into the backside. They see him though, they're going to throw out the parallel convergence, and Kramer just going to go straight into his face for the rest of the Longzhu. Now arriving into the fight, they pop up Mad Life, they're going to try to melt him out, and they do so, and for finding the kill, BDD being taken quite low, does not have the Zonias, and he's going to go down. Expansion finding the kill. Coco looking like he might fall, goes straight into the Sanguine Pool out of the Zonias, and he will stay alive. And just like that, 3 members of CJ getting picked off by Longzhu. What a turnaround for these guys.
CJ played that so badly, Achilleos. They used the parallel convergence on themselves. They sort of clustered up in a choke point, and then Expression was able just to get into the middle of them for basically free, and a huge Hemo Plague from Coco just splattered across them, and then the Swain ultimate did the rest. But man, like, they had to collapse on a flank right there. They didn't want to go into the choke point against that. They should have just turned onto the 4 men instead of trying to fight against the Swain and just wasting parallel convergence.
Yep. 20 seconds just about here still on Haru and BDD. I don't think they can really push in for too much. I don't think they're going to be able to finish the game here. That's yet to be seen. We can see Taro not going to land the parallel convergence. Kramer taking a bit of damage. One Nexus turret will go down. It looks like Longzhu are just going to try to exit out now. BDD and Haru both respawn. They have that massive wave pushing into the tier 2 of the bot, so Longzhu have to retreat and answer.
Yeah, and they didn't do very much with that Baron buff anyway. Now if you're Longzhu, it's better just to take the inhibitor and play for the next Baron.
Yeah.
Oh man, I want to see that team fight again. To Expression's credit, his Swain TPs have been good this game and setting up those plays. But wow, did CJ, I feel, really misplay that. They had a lot of opportunities, a lot of ways they could have gotten out of that situation, and instead they did the worst thing, which was just cluster up and take all of the AoE right to the face.
Yeah. See, they did net themselves a turret at the end by way of the minion wave. So technically a 2-tower Baron take.
Well,
but overall, not looking so good.
Yeah, lost an inhibitor though in their Baron power play.
And the Nexus turret.
And the Nexus turret, yes, excellent point. Baron's still going strong, though, CJ.
Well, for about the next 15 seconds.
Yep. Doing what they can. I want to see that replay. Actually,
yeah, I'm surprised we didn't get one there.
I'm annoyed now. I'm sure we'll see it after the game is over and after we designate our MVP, but man, I would really love to have seen that one more time because it just looked like CJ had no idea what to do.
Well, the Elder Drake buff going to be expired on the side of Longzhu. So we'll not have that additional burn. They were getting quite a bit there, 135 extra damage per hit.
Well, yeah, and then they had the additional 4% from their Infernal Drake too, so pretty healthy little advantage. But Emperor now on 6 side. Actually, interesting, he picked up the Trinity Force. So going for some extra burst damage with the Sheen.
Yeah, and Lord Dominic's regards completed as well, so full build Lucian. I haven't seen the Triforce on him in quite some time.
Yeah, we'll see if he actually swaps out of this Youmuu's Ghostblade and goes into Infinity Edge or something like that. But for now, has opted just for the Trinity Force. Longzhu continuing to make this play.
Yeah, even with the Unbreakable up, though, you're taking a hell of a lot of damage. So that move not going to catch Maru, but he pushes them back, and they will be able to go in for the inhibitor tower, rather, straight onto the inhibitor as well. They get it down to about half HP, but CJ are still sticking forward here, trying to defend this as best as they can, but those super creeps are starting to push in on the mid side. Wave building up as well in the bottom lane. It's going to start pushing against them, so CJ in a really precarious spot at the moment.
Right now for Longzhu, you just have to stay patient.
Yep.
All you have to do, you don't have to take the inhibitor now. Just don't take any risks. Poke in when you can.
Well, they're getting pinched on from the bottom as Coco is starting to roam up with Chaser. You have to try to find some kind of catch, maybe a grand Proto Belt entry here. But with this opening, no wave in their way. This will be Longzhu taking down their second inhibitor on the top side. Mad Life trying to tether somebody, but not going to be able to catch anyone. All just moving way too quickly. Well, Coco gets chunked out a little bit, but he will be able to back off successfully.
He's glad. He's got a minute 20 seconds before.
And the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, add the Ocean Drake. He's got a minute 20 seconds, though, before this Baron's going to respawn, so he's not in any kind of immediate threat. No, you won't be too particularly worried about that.
Yep. And it's no good restraint shown by Longzhu.
That is a pretty clean closure, all things considered. It has been a pretty long game, but a factor of that, too, is how bad Longzhu's composition is in sieging. They have to walk up on the turrets in order to threaten Vlad, and Swain damage does put you in a bit of a bind when there's so much zone control on the side of CJ ENTUS. So they've been playing a very cautious game, but that is well warranted considering that both these teams still looking for their first best-of-3 win.
Would be a really strong pickup here for Longzhu, who have been looking significantly better than CJ, not just in this game, but in previous ones as well.
CJ played better, at least in the mid-game, but I just don't feel they've been actually using their abilities the way they should. They haven't been kiting very aggressively. Mad Life has been doing okay about his timing with the Mantra Shields for the speed, but I haven't been that impressed by Untara and BDD's defensive play and attempts to kite here.
Can you imagine how crazy it would be if CJ ENTUS got relegated out of LCK?
That would be quite surprising, especially considering that
they're like one of 3 teams that are currently in that have playoff wins.
In Challenger right now, Kongdu and Spenu are at the top of the Challenger heap, and I don't think those teams are capable of relegating CJ, but you never know.
Longzhu, time being, going to be starting up this Baron. They're working it down pretty low, and Tara's going to go in. Looks like they might just turn off, and then Coco coming in on the backside. Gets Kramer with the Evo flag, goes straight to the Sanguine Pool, splashes on top of him, straight into the Zonius, and he will take out the AD carry of CJ ENTUS. BDD does find a kill onto Pure, but it's going to be a slight reprieve, especially sitting there with the Zonius just regenerating slowly. Can he finish off BDD? No, the shield comes through, and he is going to stick alive. That's going to be the triple kill here, coming in for the victor. And that's just a 1 for 3.
Yeah, and that play right there, too, from CJ. when we see Longzhu overcommitting onto Kramer and over-chasing, and they need CJ to all be grouped together. That fight, though, CJ was split up, had a variety of choke points that they could just keep on kiting through and dealing some more single target damage, and it ends up working out for them when they're not exposed to the insane amount of grouped AoE like they were in that last fight.
God, they got mad because I talked about them getting relegated, and they're just like, no, we will not allow this.
BDD bouncing back, at least getting some money, and we're getting to that point in the game where cash is pretty much irrelevant.
I'll take another look at this one, though.
Yeah, and right here, Coco on the backside trying to get onto Kramer, but you can see Kramer does a great job of kiting out, especially never really in range right there. They have to use that Zhonya's Hourglass early. Emperor doubles back because there was a GA onto Untara, and he ends up just snapping back once again to get that heal. So Untara actually with the moves distracting Emperor. Emperor should never have gone back after that
God,
GA.
okay, well CJ going for the bear. They will be able to take this one for themselves. Longzhu just not able to answer. Chaser's still going to go deep into the pin, trying to pop up BDD, but he's taking so much damage. He will get his GA popped, and now Pure locked up into the gravity field, just going to get absolutely melted. BDD finds another kill. Flash out of the pit by Haru. They take him down, and suddenly CJ ENTUS turning this one completely on its head.
Wow, Longzhu, why would you go in there like that? When Pure actually used his Glacial Fissure across the mouth of the Baron Pit, I just thought Coco and Expression would be rolling in after they bottled them up inside that little room. But instead, Coco and Expression are nowhere around, and they just throw their lives away for nothing.
Yeah, this is one roller coaster of a game right now, and it looks like CJ ENTUS are on the upswing. They take down an inhibitor in this mid side, and they still have 27 seconds on Pure, 40 on Chaser. They might just go for the win right now. Coco going in, gets a Hemoplague down to the 3 members, straight into the Sanguine Pool, but it's not going to be enough to find kills, and CJ ENTUS going to be happy with that objective take. Going to go ahead and peel straight back out of the base.
Yeah, they can't realistically take that with the sustain. You saw Coco get 15.
Tara, what?
That was terrible recall, but you saw Coco get 1,500 HP back when that Hemoplague popped. I mean, he hit, what, 4 or 5 people with that. So now the Ancient Dragon is available. Still going to be a bit of a risk to take this one. Emperor is up again.
Finishing down from the top side, but there's no threat of a smite steal here as Chaser is not respawned quite just yet. Emperor throwing out the calling, but it's not going to hit anybody. That will be the Elder Dragon going over the smite away from Haru, and CJ just going to be looking to exit as a team. Longzhu unable to pinch them, and just like that, 2.3 thousand gold separating these teams. CJ coming back in such a huge way.
Yeah. I mean, yes, they are, and it has been a back and forth game, but neither of these teams have been playing very cleanly around their win conditions. They sort of just take every team fight, and whoever wins it is more of a factor of where it was taken, not whether it was the right idea to take it or not, or whether it was played properly or not, because Emperor, in that last one around the Baron, just was chasing this Echo around instead of helping his front line, which was just getting slowly peeled apart and having to use all their Zhonyas and invulnerability items. Well, CJ gets their inhibitors back up now. Everybody on Longzhu alive again.
And yeah, this is just completely up in the air at this point. Both inhibitors have respawned for CJ. They still have a couple minutes on that one in the mid side. See Untara bringing up a massive wave in the bottom side, triple cannon minion. Empowered by Baron, so they should be able to siege up pretty nicely.
Emperor sold his Trinity Force for an IE.
Okay.
All right.
And then he got boots again.
Yeah.
So he got rid of the Yomos as well to get the boots of swiftness.
Interesting. All right. I do like that better. It's about sustained damage at this point in time rather than that Trinity Force burst.
Well, you can see Expression trying to walk up, clear out these waves as best as he can. They will be able to do so. Not too much damage. Going to go over onto that inhibitor tower in the bottom side. CJ, though, still fine to stick around. Haru, the only one that took any damage. They still have that Ocean Drake empowered by the Elder. So he's going to regenerate quite nicely.
Yeah, CJ with the Baron, too. It's just a matter of how hard they want to push this. Caution is well warranted. If you try and dive this composition that Longzhu has, you're going to have a bad time.
I mean, if in either side, which whoever loses the fight loses the game right here at this point, so they have to be as cautious as possible.
You don't want to dive this way flat. That's not really an option, even with how powerful CJ is. But what they can do is try and apply the Elder Dragon burn with Karma and Ezreal and Victor.
Yeah.
And just poke them off the turret and take the inhib that way. So I like the way CJ's playing. Uh-oh, here comes the engage again.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be on the backside, and Tara going to throw down the parallel convergence shield, and Expression's not going to be able to find anything.
Yeah, Expression was hoping to come and wrap around the backside right in front of that red buff, but CJ retreated so quickly that it was smart of him not to go in or not follow that up.
Yep, but look at this on the top side. Looks like another free objective for CJ, because nobody from Longzhu is going to answer that wave at the moment. And as that keeps pushing up, somebody's going to have to answer the top side and these super creeps in the mid. That can allow for CJ to finally break down this inhibitor turret at the bottom.
Well, it's going to die. They do send Chaser up there. Chaser doesn't have a Hydra, though. Just not building the Titanic Hydra this game. Still will be able to move through that minion wave somewhat acceptably, but he's got to be the one to do that, considering he has his ultimate available, and there is a tunnel right in the middle inhibitor. Emperor should not be poking with the culling at this point in the game. It's not going to do anything.
Yep. So going to have that one beat down. It's really just CJ just hovering back and forth, waiting for waves, but they realize at this point, okay, we've lost all of our buffs. We have to go back and reset. Looks like we're going to 60 minutes for game one, Monty.
All right, let's do it. Maybe we'll get a CS record. Oh, we're not anywhere close.
No, we're nowhere nearby.
Maybe we'll get a game length record. We can still hope for that.
What's the game length record right now? 76 minutes?
No, it should be over an hour 20, I would think.
Oh, jeez. Wait, globally or?
Globally,
okay,
yeah,
I was thinking
globally.
for LCK, because the longest one that comes to my mind is 76.
Yeah, we've definitely had numerous 70-minute games, but
Yeah.
I don't think we've
It seems
ever
that I
had an
always get
80-minute
them when
game.
I'm with you for some reason.
It's me. I'm the one doing it.
It's all your fault.
I'm cursed.
Yep.
Actually, I'm always with you when this happens. I think you're the cursed one.
Maybe maybe apart we're fine, but together we are both cursed.
Well, Baron up at 45. Now, let's see what CJ can do to push this up and try and take that. They're doing exactly what they should be doing. Going for this, and inhibitor back up a bit now.
Yep.
Never mind.
There goes that pressure. There's still that bot wave that's pushing, but it's getting ready to hit the tower, so it's not going to get too much done.
Well, somebody's still going to have to go deal with it. Will be Rek'Sai.
He's got Void Rush. Well, actually not really.
No
He's got
tunnels.
nowhere to go. He can go
But
to
they don't know that.
He can go to his
so
wolves.
CJ doesn't know that.
Yep. Oh, go button's going to be pushed here on the Coco. He's taking a bit of damage, goes back in with that Proto Belt, trying to layer some damage down. The first one to fall is actually going to be BDD as Emperor finishes him off. Expression pushing forward, chunking down Haru as he gets caught up by the concussive blows. He will be able to make it out alive. Looks like it might just be a 1-for-0, but that could be an opening here for Longzhu to pressure out this Baron. Looks like they're going to do exactly that. Emperor really low, however. This could be pretty risky.
He's going to go for it. Everybody in the pit right now. Haru's still alive. Has a GA.
For the Miracle Steal, let's see. He's down below 50% HP. All of CJ just waiting to go in. They're going to try to go for the Steal of the wall, but they're not going to be able to find anything. It's really just Karma throwing out a Q.
Yeah, just not even going to bother committing to that is
Okay.
CJ. I don't want to give up any more members because that could have just been the game right there. They think they can defend, but I have to call out CJ even engaging that fight in the first place. They ran into the Vlad. What they should be doing is just poking right now and trying to get Longzhu to engage upon them, not give them that gap closer that Longzhu really doesn't have otherwise.
Yeah, see BDD still 15 seconds out, so this will be a very fast inhibitor going over to Longzhu. They get a knockup on the Haru, so is a GA available. He's taking a hell of a lot of damage to never move as well, locking him in place, and suddenly he has nowhere to go, no flash available. He's gonna come up and he's gonna go straight back down. Emperor finds the kill, and now just 3 members alive. It's gonna be BDD coming back up. Can he make this big play to keep the turret alive? It's not gonna happen. Gravity Field not gonna catch anybody, and all of Longzhu just pouring straight in onto the Nexus. Can they finish it off though? It's Expression being taken really low. He's gonna get popped with the Zonias, keeping himself alive. And one more hit, they will be able to do it. Barely able to close it out, but Longzhu with just Chaser left alive. Finished out game 1.
That was so incredibly dangerous for Longzhu to do, because if they lose everybody right there, then CJ wins the game. Wow. Okay, A bold call to be sure, and it did pay off. But we saw MVP do the same thing to KT earlier this season, and they ended up losing the game.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, BDD certainly did a lot of damage that game, as did Kramer, but the victory in the end goes over to Longzhu.
Yeah. Just closer damage figures there between Swain and Lucian, more consistent onto the champions. Victor not able to find the kills. So it does a lot of damage, but can't solidify those kills in the end, and that's going to cost CJ. Really bold call from Longzhu, though.
Yeah, the same problem sort of existing, though, when we talk about Longzhu Gaming, which is that they had a strong early game, and they looked like they knew what they needed to do. They were going to play around this Lucian in the early game, but when it got later and later and later, we saw some good TPs from Swain, but they also took some really poor team fights. They didn't team fight properly with the composition, splitting up into these little individual pieces and allowing their front line to get picked off as it was kited. And that nearly cost them the game again. CJ also picking some of those good fights in the choke points and then kiting properly. Other times, like where they just lost that game, inexplicably engaging and getting in range of all of the AoE from Vlad and Swain. So realistically, neither team was very consistent in actually playing their composition properly.
Yeah, I think if you had to kind of give an overarching theme for this game, inexplicable engagement would definitely be right up there.
Coin flip.
Do we go in? It's a yes!
Yeah,
but,
the setup was not good. But again, at least Longzhu had a strong early game. That's what we can say about that particular scenario. I did like the way they played around Emperor. Their vision control, the synergy between Pure and Chaser was really there this game.
Yeah.
So there were bright spots at the very least. Not so much for CJ that I feel was mostly just reacting to Longzhu's mistakes rather than being proactive on their own.
Yep. Expression as well with good teleports. We'll see if they're able to keep it up as we get ready to go into game 2. CJ on the ropes. Almost falling out of this series and going 0-8. We'll see if they can bounce back when we come back from this break.
Something's in the air, something's in the air. It's like that feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air, something's in the air. Whoa. Something big, I feel it happening out in my control. Pushing, pulling, and it's grabbing me. Feel it in my bones like, oh, whoa, whoa. So hard that you knew you wouldn't settle. Hands are in the air, hands are in the air. When they hear you and you thought they wouldn't listen, it's like an anthem that the whole world's singing. Hands are in the air, hands are in the air. Whoa. Something big, I feel it happening out in my control. Pushing, pulling.
Welcome back. Your MVP from Game 1 is Emperor, who really turned around his previous performances here tonight. 11, 2, and 5 in the end. 94% kill contribution with that Lucian. He had a really good game.
Yeah, he did have a good game, and part of the reason why Longzhu was able to at least get a leg up was because not only Emperor played well, but they played well around Emperor, and this is what I'm talking about. Just go ahead, make these aggressive plays. They were able to collapse a little bit faster with the help of that Ghost too, so a constant imbalance in that jungle skirmish, and then this pickup too was really good. Emperor again using Flash well to play aggressively.
Yeah,
again, right here, just great Flash usage.
He had pretty much a nice highlight reel coming out of this game. Just again going forward onto Haru, taking him down. Coco had some good entries as well with the Proto Belt, but there was a couple ones that were a little shaky, maybe questionable engages there.
I mean, my other pick for this would have been Expression, who bounced back from that really big early CS deficit and had some good flank TPs.
Yeah, his TPs were pretty on point.
I don't know what CJ was doing right here. This is exactly the situation. Look at that gorgeous knockup from Chaser, too.
Yep.
And this is where it all went really, really, really wrong for CJ. They're able to clean that up. And I don't even know why they were trying to engage on a Coco right here. This just gave them exactly what they wanted. Multi-man Hemo Plague, Emperor on the flank, able to take somebody down. And that's pretty much it. So Emperor at least had a good game. The rest of his team won in spite of that composition, because really CJ had every single tool to deal with that, to kite, to not let them have those engages. And CJ pretty much just horribly misplayed it. They almost came back, but they still couldn't actually figure out how to use parallel convergence and gravity field properly, which was a large issue.
Yeah, BDD, despite having the most damage in that game, still looked really questionable with the Victor. Placement of the gravity fields was just not good.
It was worse from Antara, but with the parallel convergence. But yes, it wasn't great when it came to conceptually how to play those team fights. When it came to
especially around Baron.
Yeah, when it came to him being in the team fights and maximizing his damage, that was all great. We saw him pick up that late triple, and he did lead in terms of damage to champions, and he had about 1,000 DPS, which is great. But at the same time, if you don't use those abilities in the proper way to keep the, say, Vlad and Swain off the rest of your team, then it doesn't matter how much damage you're doing, they're just going to heal it up, and then they're going to kill you. So that's pretty big issue there for CJ. I really just never want to see this no-engage Swain Vladimir composition again. I can't believe that I had to cast this exact same comp 2 games in a row from 2 different teams. It makes me angry, Achilleos.
You don't want to see it again?
No, I don't. I never want to see Swain, Rek'Sai, Lucian, Vladimir Braum ever again.
You think you don't, but you do.
I don't at all. Well, actually, that's not true. I do if it loses in like 25 minutes.
Okay, fair enough. Well, unfortunately for you, and depending on CJ's draft, there is an old saying that says, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So Longzhu might just reapproach this game with that same
I would
comp.
prefer to see the Vladimir Swain combination on red side, as long as you can save one for the end of the draft. What made me so frustrated yesterday was that we saw those early picked on red side by Rox, and basically it's like, well, SKT's like, okay, we'll just play an Ivia Sivir again, whatever. CJ, though, if they had all the tools. There's no excuse. You have Ezreal, you have Karma, which is basically a mini Sivir ultimate. 3 forms, like 3 major forms of how you're going to deal with that when it comes to the zoning, which is parallel convergence, smoke screen, and the gravity field. They should not be able to walk through a choke point. It should be so easy to kite them. You just lay all this crap down in front of you and stand there in Chaos Storm, and they just die as they try and run at you, foolishly without any kind of crowd control.
I mean, that happened a couple times earlier on in the game, and then CJ started making the same exact mistake.
Yeah.
So it was a bit of a wild ride back and forth. They were basically on a seesaw for that game. They were just like, and then here, and then Longzhu eventually.
It was
just
more.
Stayed on top.
It was less of a seesaw and more of a game of hot potato, where like nobody actually wanted to hold on to the game. That's my analogy.
I guess that works. I was just gonna say that CJ became such dead weight that Longzhu stayed up in the air. But we'll see what they do this time.
All
CJ,
right, thank you.
They're going to go ahead and throw a wrench in it, Monty, so you can rejoice. Vladimir is off the table.
I really don't think that was the problem, CJ. I really, really don't. But that's fine. At least I don't have to watch Vlad Swain again.
Yeah, for your sanity, it's a good thing. But for CJ's hopes of winning a series, well, okay, they're just going to ban both of them. They're just like, nope.
This is the world we live in now.
We're done.
Helios. Why would you ban these? You don't have to ban them. You just have to use the composition that you gave yourself, which was perfectly adequate for dealing with it. Oh boy. So that means that we're going to have something interesting up, whether it's, let me see, Kindred and Nidalee banned as our last. It will be Lucian.
Okay. So one of those junglers is going to make it through.
Probably both of them, because if you're Longzhu at this point, you don't actually just ban one. That would be kind of silly. I would save this for some sort of pocket ban, whether you go back to the Bard or the LeBlanc. Pick your poison.
Or Zed, but I don't think you want to...
No, they're on
that
red
out.
side. They're going to be fine
Yeah.
without banning
It will
the
be
Zed.
Bard.
And they will ban the Bard.
Okay, so Nidalee is available. Obviously, we haven't seen Haru pick that one up, so we never know. Could be a Nidalee god. But either way, you want to take that away from Chaser, so they basically have to lock it at this point.
Yeah, Nidalee is definitely the pick that you're going to want to grab up right now.
Just for the sake of me losing my sanity, lock the Darius. Let's see it. Let's go full screw it mode.
Full last year mode.
Yeah.
I actually do think that CJ, yeah, they're going to take the Kindred just because they've been more comfortable with that. It's a better late game champion, and a lot of their wins came from bubbling, playing that Kindred towards the end of last season, and he was actually okay on Kindred. And they know how to kite back onto the Lamb's Respite. We've seen them. It's a champion that they can team fight with pretty effectively. So it will be just a comfort pick right there, and that means that Longzhu doesn't actually have to take a Nidalee pick early if they don't want to. They can go ahead and take Echo Ezreal right now, take Echo Victor right now. Some priority picks that they may like to snatch up.
Well, they're taking their time with this one for sure. Not sure what else they would go for. It's going to be Braum.
So they want to play Nidalee, so they're taking away the Braum.
Deny the Braum. So it's a good pick up there for the side of Longzhu. Thinking ahead.
Certainly just a fine pick up there with that Braum, and they decide to take the Ezreal. Of course, this does mean that the Victor will go away for Coco, but Coco may just want to play a poke champion this time around. Could go for something like a Jace or a Varus.
Jace Nidalee with Braum on your side. That's a huge amount of poke that cannot be denied by the enemy, so that would be a really strong pickup. And then you have the double AP with Echo and Nidalee in the jungle, so you'd be fine to do that AD player in the mid side. So I would love to see Coco's Jace.
Also, Echo is a great champion when it comes to 5-man siege compositions because he does have so many forms of CC that people just won't walk into parallel convergence. You can slow them down as they try and attack you with the Time Winder, so he is a valuable pickup. Maokai, the Golden Tara staple selected, and they're going for a Sivir in this game. Using that AD carry pickup on what's looking like a very high damage engage composition right now. CJ aiming to go for some team fighting. Wow, I would not play Jhin into Sivir Maokai. That does not sound like a fun time.
No, Emperor, please. Anything else?
If Coco's hovering, it's probably not going to be Emperor playing it, considering that he can just pick his own champion right now. And the Ezreal is something that is going to be much better against Sivir Maokai.
Yeah, just kite the hell out of him with the Iceborne Gauntlet. Yeah. I like that a lot more than the Jhin.
Yeah, great kiting so far. Double Iceborne on the side of Longzhu, at least in the builds we assume they are going to be going for. They have a winning matchup in the Echo into the Maokai. Now, do you go for the Karma here and try and play a poke composition? Oh, the Braum's already down.
Yeah, Braum's already down. It would be a Karma mid at that point.
Yep.
Which would still be okay.
Yeah, it'll be okay, but I think there are better opportunities here for Coco, and they're just going to wait and see what exactly CJ wants in the mid lane. Could have just taken, of course, the Ezreal Victor right there, and you would have been feeling pretty good about that.
Well, could be revisited the Victor here for the side of CJ ENTUS. Looks like Nami might be the support that they're sold on, so decent CC with sustaining lane with the ebb and flow.
Yeah, good follow-up to Maokai engage too with the tidal wave. It's a very strong engage combination.
Yeah.
Once you land the twisted advance, because basically the other team has a choice of getting multiple people knocked up at that point, or just leaving the Maokai to die.
You can also time the tidal wave really well with the end of the Lamb's Respite, so it stops them from finishing off your members if they're low. Ooh. Okay.
So it will be a mid Karma. So double speed boost this time around. We've seen this from
It's a
ever.
mid Nami.
Yeah, from ESC we've seen this, but it was a support Karma at that point in time, and they're looking for just a, no matter what Coco picks right now, probably going to be a pretty dominant lane matchup. Not very many champions that are going to be able to out-harass a mid lane Karma in the early phases of the game, or deal with that poke. And they have enough late game carry potential from the Sivir and the Kindred that it shouldn't be too much of an issue. So they could just go for the wave clear here with the Victor.
Would be a lot of AP.
Yes.
Of course, Ezreal would take he's going to take a while to vamp up, but he will be able to output a lot of damage by the end of the game, by the midpoint. But looks like they might just go for this Victor. I still want to see the Jace, but
I think
I'm biased.
I think you have to go for the wave clear right
Okay.
here, unfortunately, Achilles. Like, you have to have some form of wave clear, and going for the Jace doesn't offer you the same amount of wave clear as the Victor does, especially when in combination with an Ezreal who's just not going to have that many ways to quickly clear the minion wave himself, particularly early. So it's just about holding on for the late game. Not a lot of good lanes here for the Nidalee to gank, unfortunately. A lot of delayed crowd control. Again, the gravity field, the parallel convergence not exactly ideal.
Yeah.
Coco will be attempting to go for that ghost this game, BDD, over there with the teleport. So they're going to be able to make some nice early dives. That's the thing about CJ is that they need to coordinate particularly well this game. If they can use their double TPs and their 2 speed ups and the invulnerability from the Kindred, we could see some aggressive plays. But CJ just, while it's possible with this composition, they haven't shown that they actually have a style that will allow them to make these plays, to commit to these early game aggressive dives. But we got to see it this game, because otherwise, likely they are going to fall behind when it comes late.
Yep. I like Kramer's picture. It's very Charlie's Angels-esque that he's got going on here.
Got his handgun ready to shoot you.
Mad Life.
He's
just,
becoming the AD carry.
Yeah. Mad Life just looks like, oh god, another year of this crap.
Yeah, nobody in Longzhu has very much of an expression at all, actually.
Yeah.
You're looking a little saucy.
Pretty deadpan. Emperor looking really just very serious Korean face.
Very stoic. Suits for a Roman emperor, right?
Yeah.
Stoicism.
Yeah.
He's channeling his inner Marcus Aurelius right now.
Yeah. You know, when Emperor first went to North America, he was really good friends with Piglet, I found out. So they would always hang out after like the LCS games had happened or whatnot. So Emperor would come over to the TL house, or Piglet would go over to like the TDK house at the time and stuff. They'd hang out, and Piglet started talking with a deeper voice after hanging out with Emperor. Like, he didn't do it on purpose, but he was like very subtly and subconsciously picking up on Emperor, because Emperor has a very deep voice.
Very.
So like Piglet would come back. So normally Piglet talks at a similar level as I do, but he'd come back and be like, like this, like really bassy, and like he'd be like, "Oh, I'm hungry." I'm like, "Why are you talking like that? Like, why is your bass just jumping up in your voice?" And he's like, "Oh, I hang out with Emperor." Like,
It doesn't necessarily do that to you, but whatever, Piglet.
That's what he did.
Emperor has a great voice. And Coco looks like he is having some problems with this game, which is why we're not going into it. He did disconnect.
So just going to have piggyback pause.
Oh, all right. These are my favorite.
Yeah.
Where you get to look at us. We don't even get crowd shots, so you're forced just staring at us this entire time. And I don't really know what to say right now. These compositions are pretty straightforward. It's going to be about what CJ could. They do have some balance into the late game as we.
Yeah.
Looks like we are going to get into this one. So.
Yeah, they're starting to load in by the look of it. Hopefully, just got to confirm everything's fine. And then we'll
it's
be
fine. I've
straight
decided.
away. There we go. Thank you for that. You could have decided that a couple minutes ago, Monty.
I just like to keep you on your toes, you know.
Fair enough. I'll allow it. But here we go.
You mean I'll allow it? Thank you.
I'll allow you to allow it. You have my permission to make a decision.
Great, that's what I was looking for this entire time. Well, Untara and Kramer still will be pretty damn relevant in the late game, so taking the Karma for that early pressure, we'll just see what exactly they can do with it. If Haru can get into the enemy jungle and try and make some plays onto this Nidalee.
Yeah.
And poke out right here into the brush.
I mean, you just have to keep an eye on Chaser early on in this game. Like you said, he's going to have a hard time creating pressure in these lanes. Not really easy to gank any of them. But, I mean, he loves to get his hands on that Nidalee. Hasn't been able to do so for a while. So I'm excited to see what he can do this time around. Because he had a pretty good game with the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, he did, actually. That was certainly one of the highlights to set up with Pure. And
Yeah.
the way he was flashing, unburrowing, and hitting multiple people in some of those later team fights that we saw in the review was quite good.
Yeah, and also going for that selfless build that we've come to expect from Bengi. Going for that Sightstone before completing the Cinder Hulk with the Blue Smite. Don't think we'll be seeing that again here for the Nidalee. Wants to get rolling and start outputting as much damage as possible, but you never know. Could shake it up a little bit.
Yeah, and we are going to see the lane swap after all. So Longzhu not wanting to be in the Sivir lane with that spell shield, especially with the sustain from the Nami, and they do. Just go ahead and make the decision to switch it up, and we are going to see the top laners come down, though, so
Yep,
it is
they
going to
now know.
get called there by CJ.
Yep.
They come back in, and Coco just going to be playing it cool
Yep.
in the early phases.
It's going to be Krugs for Emperor and Pure, and then Kramer and Mad Life took away the Gromp. Didn't really get to tell if they gave the solo experience over to the AD carries. I think they might have shared.
They did not. Both AD carries are level 2 right now.
Oh, okay, there we go.
But Emperor did actually get a significantly more CS off of that wave, so Kramer looks like he was zoned out, at least at the start of that. So a little bit of an advantage there for Emperor.
That's what that Braum can do early on. Walk up, block those attacks, and zone them out.
Chaser will be,
Oh, Mountain Drake first.
yeah, modifying his pathing too on this bottom side of the map just to eliminate the first mark there from Kindred. So gets that Scuttle Crab before actually doubling back over for the red buff. So a little bit of a switch from what we might normally see.
I think it's 6.11, right? Where Kindred's getting some nerfs.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be pretty significant. So the Q damage goes down. I did the math on it. I forget exactly what it is. I think you need to take 9 Kindred like marked camps to make up for the damage discrepancy that's being taken away from the Q.
That's a pretty big nerf.
Yeah.
And also those camps are now going to be a lot harder to get too, as the more stacks you get, the
Yeah.
deeper into the jungle they will hide.
Yeah, once you get to 7, I believe it's red, blue buff, and dragon.
Yeah, that's
So-
rough. That is rough.
Have fun with that one, because you're also at that point of the game, you want to give your red buff over to your AD carry.
You
and your
definitely
blue
don't
buff
want to take those, so
Yeah.
Dragon's about all you can hope for.
And basically your Q is just permanently nerfed. Unless you're a very selfish jungler.
Don't be a selfish jungler, guys. It's not worth the extra damage on Kindred to take a red or a blue buff from the proper people in the late game.
Oh, Chaser going around this bottom side, but don't want to die of a Maokai with just 2 people, so.
2 people with no items, yeah. That's not really going to be a thing that happens here at 4 minutes into the game. Both of the junglers just playing around their pressure right now.
Oh wow, Tesla comes down. It's going to be Haru coming in, and Coco looking like he's going to fall, and he does. It's a gravity field on Haru, but it's not enough to take him out. One more turret shot would have done the trick, but that's first blood going over to the Kindred.
Yeah, and right there too, Coco did switch over to or teleport at the last second in the draft, so he's not actually going to be running with the Ghost, which will be useful right here to limit the amount of damage that can be done to him. As he does just pop right back up in the mid lane, so he can't collect some of this wave. Comes back with the Negatron Cloak. He's looking to eliminate that damage, but good synergy there from Haru and BDD. And that was honestly a pretty bad mistake from Coco, because he should have expected that pressure since Chaser went from Krugs to Raptors in the enemy jungle, so the possibility that there could have been a gank there from Haru just jumping into the mid lane was quite high from the his topside jungle, and he didn't really respect that.
Yeah, it's nice by BDD. Going in with a flash to make sure that the tether stayed connected and really just allowed for that kill. So good synergy so far from Haru and BDD. That's something that's been lacking in these last games that we've seen from CJ since Haru came onto the squad at the beginning of the split.
Lost Chapter picked up first here for BDD, likely early Morel Damacon. And just more and more poke damage. You can see it's still putting a number on Coco even after he did get some of that magic resistance. And we know he's going to be playing back for the conceivable next while. Emperor and Pure have been just playing conservatively right underneath their turret. It's only going to get worse after this first buy, too.
Yep. They've been doing well as far as the CS goes, sticking ahead, because Emperor will have that slight lead due to the Relic Shield charges that Pure has been expending. So he's got about a 6 CS lead at the moment, so they're in a decent spot. But like you said, once that BF sword comes in here for Kramer on the Sivir, he's going to start hurting quite a bit. I can't see how much gold he has. He might be close to, he might be able to get a, wait and get that Sheen and the tier on the first back so he doesn't completely lose out damage, but
that's likely what's going to happen.
Yeah. That will be rather helpful. Looks like Chaser and Expression hovering around this bottom side, just getting some wards down into the enemy jungle. Not really going to be going for that Mountain Drake quite just yet.
Interesting that we see Haru opt for the green smite instead of going for a skirmisher saber on this Kindred. That's not something that we usually see. So he's really not going to be trying to duel with this Nidalee. And now that Nidalee has gone for the skirmisher saber, if they find each other, this could be a really good opportunity for Chaser to pull off some sort of all-in.
Yeah. This is, I mean, we did see that with the Trackers Knife before when Devourer was the jungle enchant. We did see that from time to time, but there was always junglers like Peanut who wanted to go really aggressive and didn't take the Skirmisher Saber.
Most of them went for Skirmisher Saber just because one of the big benefits that you get from playing Kindred is a huge advantage in most 1v1 jungle matchups in the early game. So grabbing that red smite can just chunk somebody straight out of their own jungle. If you're lucky, maybe you get a kill. Not this time, though. So this Nidalee may be a bit of an issue.
Well, so far, so good. Poor CJ hasn't been able to create much pressure anywhere on the map. Arrived too late to stop that first blood in the mid side, so. But he's been farming up pretty nicely. Has a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, not too much of one, but the wards on the top side of the map that were placed well by Haru, as basically Emperor and Pure have spent this entire game underneath their turrets, do detect where Chaser is going. So do see him pushed up, and we'll give some options right now. Haru grabs a stack right here off of the Scuttle Crab. BDD just faded over into the river to make sure that there weren't going to be any shenanigans from Chaser if he came down the river from the top side. Indeed, there will not be. So Chaser doubles back to pick up his red buff, and blue buff about to be handed over on the side of CJ ENTUS. So quiet early game after that nice gank. Emperor actually going for a pickaxe, so, and Cull.
Okay.
A little bit greedy, and they are actually just going to lane swap as a result. Expression here.
Yeah.
Deciding that it's going to be better for him just to try and clear this wave.
Oh, but he's getting pushed out of there by Haru.
Yeah, but they're just going to trade right now.
Yeah.
So interesting choice by Longzhu. Go for the double stacking items. Play Chaser after he gets the red buff, have him recall, come down to the bottom side of the map, and then just try and trade turrets. They're going to be pretty far behind when it comes to taking this objective, however. So they're not really going to buy themselves as much time as they would have liked. And we'll see how committed Longzhu is to this. Are they going to stay down here?
They could just transition this right into a dragon.
Well, they're too late to do that, unfortunately, and they don't have control over mid, so that would be a risky, very risky proposition.
Well, they're going to be seeing them at this Rift Herald here. So I mean,
Are they?
That would, well, I guess not.
Yeah, they're
Actually,
not,
wow, yeah, the vision control, look at that from the top side of CJ.
yeah, warding much better this game early for CJ.
They're
And
still
that,
going to go for it.
yeah, Longzhu is going to commit to that. But they don't necessarily know that that's gone down. I actually disagree with this from CJ. I think they could have pushed back out and then taken the Drake themselves if they hadn't gone for the quick Rift Herald right there.
Yeah.
But it just kept Maokai in the top side with the teleport and not giving up that objective. So kind of a weird shot call there from CJ.
Yeah.
Not really worth the trade that they made turret for turret. But losing the Mountain Drake for the Rift Herald is not very good.
And it's going to be another Mountain Drake to follow. So having that turret advantage there for Longzhu on the bottom side could allow for them to set up for that second one. A double Mountain Drake. A really powerful start for Longzhu.
Yeah, definitely much better for Longzhu than it is for CJ because they do have... CJ is going to be very good at engaging team fights, but...
Turret here for Expression.
Yeah, they don't have a very good siege composition as we watch this little chase unfold.
Yeah, has to snap back with BDDs there to speed them up. The bot lane of Longzhu's coming in. That's going to be the TP coming in as well here from Coco. Going to try to catch up with the gravity field. They do, and Tara is going to go down. Doesn't look like they can close the gaps onto anybody else, but a nice counterplay there from Longzhu Gaming comes in. They find a kill.
That was so disrespectful from CJ. BDD didn't have TP up. They knew Coco's was up. And sure, Expression, you can make him burn this flash and his ultimate right there. But as soon as he comes back and you don't see Emperor and Pure on the map, you have to assume that they're going to be heading up into that lane because they've spent the entire game so far after that first buy trying to dodge Kramer and Madlife.
Yeah.
So assume they're on their way. Assume Victor's going to be able to get up there if your Karma can't actually tether and stop him. And CJ just massive overcommitment.
Yep, that's going to swing the gold right in favor of Longzhu. Still not a whole lot there, but you can see the tempo
Not gonna
advantage.
stop.
Yeah, the tempo advantage is there. They have this Mountain Drake. They can get significant damage in onto that turret.
Yeah, they shouldn't stop right now. Haru's really out of position.
Yep.
I don't know, he's just wandering around his Raptors right now.
They're actually going to peel off. Maybe
Oh,
pinch
they should have pushed that harder.
Well, they're going to maybe go for BDD, a dive onto him.
That's fine too.
You can see they're coming around the backside, but he's keeping himself pretty safe playing down to that bottom by the Raptor pit because he has flash available, so he can always exit that way. So they're not going to be able to pinch in and find it. So going to lose out some pressure on that tier 2 tower.
But they're going to get a big CS lead. So
Oh, flash forward, they get you're there. How comes through? He's actually going to go down, so Kramer finding that kill. Nice roam by the bot lane of CJ. And they kind of make up for that misplay on the top side right there.
Yeah, they do. There are two ways that Longzhu could have done that. They could have actually played more aggressively around that turret, but they did deny a lot of CS from Maokai into the turret while Expression was farming. So it's not like they got nothing out of that little trade or out of that arrangement, but the answering kill from the likes of CJ does temper that victory somewhat. And we actually see a TP here. Untarad's going to TP out. Wow, he got so scared. There's not even anyone to stop him.
Oh, yep, parallel convergence.
Oh, he didn't know where Ezreal and Braum were. You can see them pinging the Braum right now. He thought that they were going to be coming into lane or that they were already there. But Expression basically just forced his TP for free by mind gaming Untara.
Wow. That was really good.
That was actually quite clever from Expression. You have to hand it to him there.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the wards that Longzhu has, they have this ring going from behind their own red buff into Tribe Rush and into the enemy jungle. So he knew there wasn't going to be anybody up there. There was a slight danger that somebody was going to be in the top lane brush, but probably not. And he would have probably escaped from that regardless. So by teleporting just aggressively back into lane, he fooled Untara into thinking that Ezreal was somewhere where he wasn't, and caused the panic TP in response.
And that denies that much more minions there from Untara. We can see it's a near 30.
That was
CS
actually really
lead at the
fun
moment.
to watch. I like that.
Very solid. We can see Longzhu just going to push in, take away that blue buff.
And that's what the result of that play, right? Because as soon as he TP'd out, Echo's able to push that into a point where they can get those wards again into the enemy jungle and take away blue.
Yep. Bot lane of Longzhu holding on to that tier 2 tower. No sight of the Iceborne Gauntlet quite just yet. Emperor, of course, did go for that really greedy build, finished out the Manamuna early. So, just going to be playing back underneath that turret, had to use the True Shot Barrage to clear out the minions.
That is a really greedy build. Wow.
He's not getting punished for it either.
No, he's not.
He's very slightly behind in CS, but the wave's crashing into him by the turret, so he's going to be able to catch back up.
The lane assignments have been good here for Longzhu in the early game, and they, just like last game, they're playing really well around where their power is. We saw that from Emperor in the last game where the team was sort of rallying around him and playing aggressively to make kills. This time, they're just playing hide the Emperor and allowing him to get away with stacking his tier and his cull as quickly as he can. While still outputting pressure on the map, while still getting the first Mountain Drake of the game. It's been good. It's been a good early game for Longzhu again. Just see if they can close it out a bit more cleanly this time.
Yeah. Well, still about 1,000 gold separating them at the moment. Not going to be doing too much, though. Mountain Drake spawning. The second one going to be spawning here in 35 seconds. Don't you definitely want to keep that one out of the hands of CJ ENTUS.
Yeah, CJ actually, it's more that they need it more than keeping it out of the hands of CJ. CJ's siege composition is pretty bad. They do have the Karma shield to get people in there quickly in order to take shots at the turret, but everybody's pretty low range on the side of CJ, so you run some very real risks of walking into a Braum stun or parallel convergence or something if you actually try and siege turrets. So the odds of that Mountain Drake are actually going to be useful, and by that I mean, of course, on something like a Baron it's going to be useful, but it is way more useful for Longzhu considering that they have a better siege composition themselves.
Yeah. See, CJ's already stationed up here by this dragon. Haru going to go ahead and kick things off, dragging it out. Charge is going to be scouting out, finds Emperor, gets him with the twisted advance straight into the bubble. He didn't even stand a chance. Nice chaining there by Mad Life, and that should just give this dragon over to CJ.
Why? Why would you face check that? Valkai was just right around that corner. You have no vision over the river whatsoever because of all the pink wards that CJ just put down, so CJ is just going to get it for free off of that pick. Shouldn't have been Emperor being the one to actually try and push into the river. He had no backup whatsoever. There is no answer to that why. It's a rhetorical why, Achilles. You don't have to answer it.
I wasn't gonna. I had no answer.
There isn't an answer. Trick question.
Wasn't much of a trick.
It wasn't much of a question either.
But it was a very bad decision.
It was.
By
It
Emperor.
was that thing you just said. Well, I was impressed with the way he was playing game one. I was impressed with the way he was playing this game so far, but that mistake does cost his team pretty dearly.
Yep. Pretty rough. Now from here on out, didn't get a chance to really spot what the next Drake is going to be, so I'm not entirely sure.
You don't sound sure at all.
Yeah, well,
not just entirely sure, just not even remotely sure.
Yeah, okay, you got me. I was trying to pass for having more knowledge than I do. You caught me red-handed.
I don't know what it is either.
Yeah. Caught me red-handed, Monty.
That's my job. Keep people out of the cookie jar. That's where I catch them. Trying to get in there with your knowledge, but nope.
I'm just a play-by-play.
Just a poor play-by-play.
What knowledge? I've never even seen this game before.
You are pretty good at casting games you've never seen before. I will give you that.
Oh, God. Point blank.
The dream.
What an interesting game that was. I guess I've also done another MOBA who we will not name.
I do Vainglory. It's another MOBA.
That's a mobile one.
Mobile MOBA.
Mobile MOBA.
That's not the greatest title right there in terms of naming things. Mobile MOBA, the genre a little bit off. All right, we actually gonna get a shot of this Drake pit. That's what I really would like to see right now.
Nope. We're just gonna look at Expression farming some minions.
All right, that seems important.
Yep. I mean, the lead that he has is fairly important, at least.
Yeah, that has been quite well developed by Expression. He fought back to even CS last game. This time he's developed his own lead with the help of his team. And he's already got that nice matchup in the top side. So his Echo going quite well here at 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Ezreal still just stacking away, stacking King over
he's
here.
He's got to be so close. He's had that mana Muna for so long now.
Yeah, he's really close.
So
Call is complete also. Sell that item and his discretion. So everything going fine for each of these teams. Neither team, I think, has a very distinct... Oops. Oh, no, it did go over to Emperor, but neither team really has a very distinct scaling advantage coming in the late game. Of course, Maokai and Sivir are going to be fearsome in the late stages, while Karma moves more towards that utility role.
Let's see where Emperor is going to take this build, because he could go for, you know, the Grievous Wounds. You have that Kindred on the other side, but I'm not sure if he wants to go for that or just stick to the Blade of the Ruined King as his third item.
Yeah, he doesn't necessarily need the Grievous Wounds just yet. They do have an Ignite onto Pure, so he can actually just dump that onto Maokai if they need it.
A lot of hovering around this mid and Baron pit. Looks like Longzhu have a nice push here. Should be able to take this tower. And it will go down, and there's not going to be much of an answer from the side of CJ.
Yeah, they are such low range when it comes to actual damage right now, as BDD will taper off the longer this game goes on, that those zoning tools like Parallel Convergence and Gravity Field allow Longzhu to have a pretty potent pushing force.
Now CJ are going to try their hands at it. Like, oh, yeah, we have a Mountain Drake too. But wave clear there is pretty
nice shot.
Wow. Yeah, I'm going to say wave clear is pretty prevalent from the side of Longzhu, but Emperor takes a really big hit from that Mantra Q from BDD, and he's going to have to go back.
Yeah, I think it's definitely much more important that he gets lifesteal to deal with the poke damage from Karma.
Yeah, he had the same
and the
thought.
odd back, of course, when the Ricochet crits start hitting the back line too, you can't avoid that, so probably going to have to go for it. And yeah, immediately picks up that Vamp Scepter upon recalling. Meanwhile, Rod of Ages for Chaser, which is an item we don't see very many Nidalee players pick up any longer.
Yeah, okay.
They typically prefer to go for something like a Rylives next, usually, and just rely less on the stacks, right? Oh, there we go. Just pop it in our lower third right there.
Taking a look at everything on our desk.
Did you like my laptop and Seth's book?
Yep. It's a good book.
I don't believe you.
It actually is. It's a good book, but you have to be a really big nerd to enjoy it.
I am a really big nerd. Even I don't enjoy that. So.
All right. Well, all right. You have to be a really big nerd that enjoys World of Warcraft lore.
I actually hate fantasy novels.
To each their own, man. Don't say that to Doa.
I say it to Doa all the time.
Okay. Well, I'm surprised he hasn't cried about it yet.
Who says he hasn't? Number
That's
one, you're making a lot of assumptions right now.
I mean, his brother writes fantasy novels, so he's got like that extra attachment. Not only does he love them, but his like one of his closest family members writes them for a living. So, dang, you're just crapping on all of his favorite things.
It's my job. That's what makes it so entertaining when we're casting together.
He's still so upset that you haven't watched that Overwatch his Overwatch frag
I think
video.
I'm just gonna not do it despite him at this point.
Papa does the same thing. He's like, "Did you watch my frag video?" And Papa's like, "I have in theory." So, poor Doa. I watched your frag video, Doa. I thought it was pretty good.
I'll watch it someday.
Someday.
But I'm definitely not going to read
On your
fantasy
deathbed.
novels anytime soon. You know what? I also have the heretical opinion that the Lord of the Rings movies were so much better than the books. So much better. Just ridiculously better.
For entertainment value, sure.
For really anything. Tolkien was a really bad writer. Tolkien was great at creating a universe.
Yeah.
He was awesome at that. I give him that. But I'm sorry, The Two Towers is one of the worst written books I've ever seen in my life.
Well, I mean, there's like sections of the book where it's like, and they walked. And they walked. And they kept
First
walking.
Off, half of that book is fully unreadable because the Sam Frodo segment is so boring and it just goes on. And what kind of author writes half a novel, then rewinds time to the beginning again, and then goes through some other timeline? You know how you do that? You interweave your narratives chapter to chapter so you don't get one half of Frodo Sam, which was just terrible. Terrible. So yeah, the man couldn't write a novel. So they took the good ideas, which were the setting and the story, which was... Story was okay, setting was pretty good. And then they made it into an actually entertaining piece of fiction instead of the novels, which are so bad.
What? And then they ruined it all with The Hobbit.
Okay, well that's an entirely
was-
other can of
that was
worms.
really
Right
bad.
there.
What
I'm not here to
about-
defend the Hobbit movies.
Good, because you can't.
I can't.
It's
I can't
impossible.
do it.
You
It
just can't
actually
do
is
it. It's really bad.
impossible.
But what do you think about his Tolkien's good friend then C.S. Lewis? Is he any better?
No, I
No?
don't actually like
No.
him hiding Christian concepts inside of fantasy and then trying to pass them off as I don't know. It's just ooh, I'm not even gonna get into that right now. It sounds dangerous for me to talk about. It is.
I don't know. I liked the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. That was a good book. I was also like 10 when I read it, so
It's like 5 years ago.
you don't. Oh, come on, man! I'm not that young.
All right, it is actually a Skype error with Coco
Yeah.
that we figured out. So he is
So-
having some issues communicating with the rest of his team. So that is
You kind of
why.
need to do that.
Yeah, that would seem like it is rather important.
It's fairly important.
I'm
Yeah,
actually.
why are they using Skype?
That was what I was going to
What?
go into next.
Like, what in the hell?
They should not be doing.
Why? Like,
For so
that
many.
makes no sense.
For so many reasons, they should not be doing that at a studio.
Like, you could be doing like TeamSpeak, which is
Anything
still
better.
ancient. Like
Anything is
Ventrilo.
Anything is better. They should actually. You should actually have a. The ideal scenario is to have just a closed loop audio system that you're dealing with in those situations, just to eliminate all possible errors that can occur. And also, Skype is notoriously unstable, so
It's just bad. It's like the quality of voice is terrible. The latency sucks. Just use Mumble.
Yep.
It's the best. I'm not even.
I
I'm
can't-
not a Mumble
can't
spokesperson, but
I-
use Mumble.
I can't argue with you there.
Yeah, that's just so weird to me.
So-
Well, yeah, maybe that's the issue that they're fixing is that he's using Skype.
Yeah,
I'm just
definitely
gonna
should,
install.
fix that. Fix that one as fast as they can. I'm a bit surprised Emperor still doesn't have his Muramana yet. I thought that was going to be imminently coming in.
Yeah,
and
it's
not.
22 minutes, and he completed it before he even started building the Iceborne Gauntlet. He should have had this thing stacked like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, especially with the farm he's been getting. All right, looks like we are going to be getting back into the game right now-ish. Maybe.
We're just getting a nice panning shot of
It's
the.
just slowly
mid lane.
sliding back
Oh.
towards the CJ base.
Okay, and we're gonna do it again.
Yeah, not sure.
Okay.
Not sure what's going on right now.
I wish you guys could see this because it's hilarious. It's just the same panning motion down mid lane, and then they bring it back up, and then they go again.
All right,
And
nope,
now we're back
pause
to a
again.
pause. All right.
Good times.
Good times, indeed. Yeah, no, those movies are great. Going back to Lord of the Rings,
I actually really do like the director's cuts of those movies.
I've done the entirety of all of the director's cuts straight through.
I would not do that, but
It's a marathon. You got to get a couple friends over who enjoy the movies as much as you do, and then you have some drinks, like lots of water,
Yeah, but that sounds like
and then
that
you
sounds.
watch.
I would just pass out after that amount of time trying to drink water and watch that
I mean,
simultaneously.
Return of the King is like five and a half hours or something like that by itself, but it's so worth it. It's one of my favorite movies, actually.
How did things go so wrong with the Hobbit movies? What do you think happened?
There's a lot of things that happened. Like, I don't know. Like the first Hobbit movie was definitely the best out of all of them, but even that doesn't say a whole lot. But the fact that they wrote Legolas into the series,
God.
that's the dumbest thing they could have ever done. And then they like created these other elf like characters. It's like Evangeline Lilly. If you watch Lost, she was Kate. Like Evangeline Lilly plays an elf that is nowhere in the book for the Hobbit whatsoever, and it's just so weird.
Also, it definitely didn't need to be 3 movies, 2 max, because
Yeah.
the third movie was basically just a giant waste of time.
Yeah, you can make 3 movies once you have the director's cuts. Like, do that on the DVD release, but I don't know. That whole thing was just a big mess. Hopefully, they never do. Well, they can't really do that again. There's like one other book that they could really use from Tolkien. It's the Silmarillion, which is a history book. So, unless people want to be watching a history book about Middle Earth.
I mean, technically, that is how I felt reading Lord of the Rings was.
But then try reading the Silmarillion
I'm
because
not
it
gonna
is
do that.
such a difficult read. I mean, it talks about like stuff that happens like thousands of years ago, where the High Elf King defeats the King of the Balrogs and all this crap. And it's like, it's really, I mean, it's a great read, but it's definitely not your taste from what you've told me tonight here. But hooray, we're back into the game.
Looks like whatever issues Koto was having with his audio have been fixed. And now we're back to the action on the Rift here. So Dragon up in 10 seconds. Longzhu setting up this one. No face-checking Emperor yet.
Looks like it's still just going to be fairly slow play coming out here. Dragon is spawned though.
Yeah, Longzhu.
Triple mountain break.
Yeah, Longzhu has the wards in the river, and they also have the mid turret down, so they should be pretty safely able to get this. You see the poke just coming in.
Two-shot barrage used, only going to clip BED for a little bit. They should be able to confirm this. Haru goes in, not going to be able to take it away though, and now CJ hot on the heels of Longzhu. Coco going to get grabbed up as Tara goes really deep on that twisted advance. Mad Life having the flash away from Expression, who has to snap back with the ultimate to keep himself safe. Here looking like he's going to go down, so they get themselves a second Mount Drake, but they're going to lose 2 members for
Are they
it.
going to go for Baron here is going to be the real question, because they do have time. They have 5 members up. Have to worry about a smite from Chaser,
Yeah,
but with
looks like
Coco
it.
down, there's a real possibility to do this, especially considering they already have a Mountain Drake. They're at least going to make an attempt at it. That was such a great engage with the Sivir and the Karma speed boost combined with the flash from the Maokai.
Yeah, Chaser doesn't have his flash available, so if he goes in for the steal, it would be a suicide mission. Especially going to go in, not going to catch anybody with the parallel convergence. Does Chaser follow up? He goes into the pit, gonna get the spite, comes out way too early. Now the Lamb's respite there, keeping the Baron alive. We can see Chaser goes down, that's smited away by Haru. So CJ really gonna profit off of that one. 2 more kills and a Baron.
Yeah, Chaser there tried to get in, but a really well-timed Lamb's Respite. And this is the one jungler that we've seen CJ really perform with in the past as a team. Let's take a look at this again. Chaser is going to try and clear out that ward or just deny the vision, at least for the moment. Expression comes in, doesn't get a stun, tries to get some damage down, but gets bubbled immediately and then chain CC'd to death. Then Haru's going to drop that, make sure that the Baron isn't going to go down to Chaser. Chaser just has to pop out the other side of the pit because his smite's already down, and he can't actually finish that one off. So realized it was a no-go, and that'll be a Baron secured there from CJ. Really good Baron attempt from CJ ENTUS.
Yeah, this would be even better if they had acquired that second Mountain Drake for themselves, but with this Baron, with the 1 Mountain Drake that they do have for themselves, it should make pushing down these turrets really easy, considering their short range that they have available to them. Or maybe it won't. Maybe Longzhu will just clear out the wave.
Well, Longzhu had respawned already, come back into that lane. So keep making their attempts. So they have been prepping the side wave so they can just collapse back onto the mid lane if necessary. This is going to go down.
Yeah, not a whole lot that they can do. So they're trying to clear it out with that Victor Death Ray, but it's not going to happen. So it's going to be 1 turret picked up so far here for the side of CJ. We'll tie up the score, but you can see the gold is really stretching in their favor.
Yeah.
Almost 6,000 up.
Well, they're up 6 kills, and now they have that pretty crucial Baron pickup, and that's going hand in hand with some CS advantages, particularly Kramer over Emperor.
Wow, yeah, that is huge amounts.
CJ prepping these waves super well, by the way. They were smart to push in before they actually committed to taking down the mid lane turret, so that they would split up the members of Longzhu and be as safe as possible. Then they take one of those waves straight in, using their teleport just to push out in this top lane with the Karma. CJ playing much better, much more decisively in this game.
Yeah. See, Tara is still just keeping Expression busy down here in this bottom side, while the rest of his team roams around the mid, because he can interrupt that teleport should it come down to it. So CJ just trying to get in onto this tier 2, but they're not finding too much luck with it.
Well, in this particular 1-3-1 with Sivir, you're probably not going to have a lot of luck actually getting those attacks down onto the turrets as long as that Victor and Braum are there. Braum will just block your autos. If you walk too far up, you can get very much hurt by the Victor.
BDD is just kept Emperor up in that top side, clearing out those waves. Gonna catch on him here, that's gonna be on the hunt popped. He takes a ton of damage, barely makes it out with his life. And some more damage down on the turret, but still not gonna be able to find the kill.
Just buying as much time as they can, but CJ,
There it is.
they chunk them out. Will hit the angle. They moved 4 people up. Now they had a little bit more poke and zone potential with BDD. Trying to grab up as many of these turrets as they can. Already gotten 2, actually 3.
3, yeah. 2 in the top. looking their gaze on this one in the bottom side. Tara still splitting in the mid. Now has his teleport available. But looks like that's just going to be the recall, so CJ going to be pretty happy with the pickups that they got.
I like the way CJ played around that dragon. They didn't just give it up for free, and when you have Karma, Sivir, and Maokai, you are running a form of pick composition because of how fast you can get onto the enemy. Longzhu attempted to escape, but even though they had that Ezreal, still struggled when getting out of that position, especially Coco, who doesn't have Ghost.
Yeah. We can see just clear gold victories here for all lanes on the side of CJ. Kramer especially with all of that CS that he has over Emperor right now, stretching thousands ahead. He's looking like a pretty scary Sivir.
Yeah, it's a large recall comes through. CJ has had the Baron buff dropped off, but not before they take a nice 6,500 gold lead from that Baron power play.
This is going to set them up for another dragon.
Yeah, Longzhu going to be hurting from this point out. Not really able to commit to any kind of Drake play for a while.
So I didn't get the spot which Drake this is, but it's coming up in 15 seconds. We'll get a look at it now. It's going to be an Ocean Drake. So see if Infernal or Cloud will be our third one.
Longzhu should definitely not commit to this whatsoever.
Yeah.
They still have an ability to turtle this game out into the late game with the wave clear that they have on the Victor. So not really a point there. It's going to check that.
Oh,
Will
yeah, it's
be
gonna be Elder Duh.
Yep, Elder Dragon now.
Didn't take a look at the timer.
Yeah, I still am getting used to that myself. Taking a look at that timer, this past 29 minutes.
Oh wow, Haru getting jumped on. A lot of damage comes through. We can see the shields there, just massive from BDD. So he will remain alive and doesn't have to use the Lamb's Respite.
And did get his Hex Drinker shield triggered, but that'll probably be back up by the next time he needs it.
Yeah. Shut up, Nami.
You taking Doa's place here?
Papa was doing it before. And now it has started to irk me. They had to draw my attention to it, and now it my mind just locks onto it every time I hear her recalling.
It is really annoying.
It's no Korean Lysandra though.
No, it's not. But if we said shut up, Lysandra, every time she did that, that would be literally the entire broadcast.
Saying that more than anything else. I'm so confused as to why they thought that was a good idea, a good way to approach Lysandra's voice acting.
It was never supposed to be used that often. That's what people forget, is that when they released Lysandra, when they designed her, her Q was on a longer cooldown. So then they drastically reduced that cooldown.
Yeah.
And because Riot these days loves to just spam the game with a million sound effects for every single new champion that they design, it ended up being super annoying.
I mean, I just don't know why that noise was the one that they settled on. Just this, wretched grunt.
I think it makes sense for a witch. Come on. It does.
I suppose.
She's not dainty.
She seemed a little bit more elegant than
She's a
every
frozen
time.
witch.
Oh, Bjorg getting jumped on, taking a lot of damage. Will you stand behind me to jump over the Chaser? It's going to be the True Shot Barrage coming through, but barely going to find any damage onto anybody. So Pure stays alive. Holds onto that flash, but Baron's up. CJ are looking to take it away yet again.
It's going to be harder for them to sneak this, however, with the True Shot Barrage. Although the blue trinkets are now down, and they're going to try to get in there.
Yeah, the Spear's not going to connect as well. It's going to be Chaser coming in for it. Lamb's Respite straight down yet again. Chaser has to hop right back out, throws the Javelin. It's going to be taken away by Emperor. Wow, that's the Baron over to the side of Longzhu, and CJ can't collapse to try to get any kills.
He didn't even use True Shot Barrage.
What
It was like a Q steal that took it away. Haru, with his smite up right there, didn't smite it. And Chaser yet again made the mistake of popping in and using that smite early when the Kindred ult was still up, had the flash out of the pit. But this time Emperor, with the most random of steals, actually manages to pick it up.
This is didn't we just see this from SK Telecom last week with Bangi's first game? He didn't smite, and then Bang just picks it up with the Ezreal Q. Or no, it was an arcane shift hit, I believe, that actually took it away. But wow.
Wow.
Take another look at this one.
look at this. Chaser's going to go back, get into there, tries to smite it out, but there's the Kindred ultimate coming through again, and Emperor just here with a Q.
Yeah.
It was just a Q.
Wow.
Right from over the pit. Haru just completely messes that one up. And
he does an Pure. Getting caught now, goes in for the face check.
They were waiting there for a really long time for that,
Yeah.
by the way. I was watching it on my screen during that replay.
Well, it sucks a little bit for Longzhu after the backside of that steal, but that's going to help keep them in this game. Again, double Mountain Drake for these guys, so they might be able to push out and try to get some objectives. They're still down by 5.7 thousand gold, however.
Yeah, Sidewaves are in a really bad place for them, though. CJ was able to set up a Death Brush and not even really be punished for it because of where the minion waves are and the direction that they're pushing on the map right now, particularly that bottom one. So you got to wait for Pure. That is going to shave a pretty substantial amount of time off of this Baron clock. It's about halfway done already, it looks like. So here comes the push. What can Longzhu do with this? They're not very far behind, especially considering that they can actually net some global gold right here if they can grab a tier 2 turret. And it looks like that will be off by the time the Elder Dragon spawns. So that is a ray of hope here for CJ ENTUS.
Yep. Well, Expression's waiting in the base. He's going to go push out that top side right now, but he does have... Oh, he's going to go ahead and TP in here. They're pinching down from above, and Tara, they can't interrupt this in time. Parallel Convergence is just not going to get him. But they do have a big force now down to this bottom side, so they should be able to push in for this tier 2 and get themselves their first objective. Look at CJ, though. They're going to go straight in for the mid-inhibitor.
They should not base race this at all. Yeah, they need to recall.
Okay. Well, they will back off, and that's going to be a tier 2. No. All right, well, tier 2 tower goes over to Longzhu. Not going to be able to push out for much else there. They do lessen that gap a little bit.
Yeah, CJ just trying to cut their losses from this Baron and ensure that there wasn't any way for Longzhu to actually follow up with a minion wave in the mid lane and just quickly rotate from bot to mid. After Untara did get left. That was a nice shot call there from CJ, and Longzhu perhaps over-committing to that bottom side. In fact, I don't think they had to do that. They could have just left somebody in the mid lane and then forced that same reactionary TP from Untara back to his base as we saw them play earlier. So 10 seconds up. I don't think there's going to be a Baron buff for this, or there will be only a few seconds remaining on it. Yeah, it's off now. Okay.
Yep. It does go down. Now they're moving over into this mid side. So Longzhu just trying to keep these waves managed before they go over for this Elder Drake. They will take it very quickly. CJ are actually just playing up the lane, trying to force him to make the decision. You know, do you want your inhibitor or do you want that Elder Dragon?
Well, they know that if they try and play around, or if they play Longzhu's game, they're going to lose the poke war to Nidalee and Ezreal. So don't do that. Threat the inhibitor instead, because they don't have or they could just die.
Oh yeah, on the hunt with the shield. It's going to be the gravity field laid down there, though, by Coco to zone them pushing in.
That was actually a really good disengage from Longzhu. They already had that planned, and they played around the choke point with the parallel convergence on the ramp. So CJ didn't have that same play. They didn't allow CJ to make that same team fight that they had earlier.
This is really bad, though, potentially for CJ. They're going to be able to melt this turret down. Longzhu have to find the end. They will lose this inhibitor, but CJ looking like they might lose several members. Yeah, there's going to be a big hit on the BDD from the Javelin.
I mean, CJ has to be punished for this. You can't just let them get away with this.
I mean, they can't get out. You just keep poking them while they're inside of your base.
They're also just going to take damage from the minions over time. Oh, CJ.
Oh, boy.
I really don't think you wanted to do that.
This is one of the more interesting standoffs that we've seen.
It's a weird one. This whole series has been a little weird.
Well, that's going to be the go button pushed here by CJ ENTUS, going straight in onto Expansion, who's taking a lot of damage. Haru trying to duke it out with Emperor in the backside, but he jumps forward. Lamb's Spite will come in just in time to keep the Kindred alive, but CJ is still completely trapped inside of the base of Longzhu. They're trying to kite down to this bottom side. Untara goes in, grabs Expansion. Can they even finish him off, though? They will pop the Guardian Angel for the Chaos Storm in the backside of CJ, just taking him down. A big hit comes through from Chaser straight onto Kramer's face. He's going to be the first one to follow. Tara going to follow as well as Emperor finishes him off. And this is just CJ ENTUS biting off way more than they can chew, walking into the base of Longzhu like lambs to the slaughter, and they will get aced.
That was ridiculous! Why did that happen? I don't even understand what CJ was trying to do right there. They were trying to play around that Elder Dragon, but there's no need to commit like that to getting all bottled up in the base. Koko just TPs immediately into the top lane right now, and he's got some time to work with. Everybody now filtering down to the side of the map. Huge minion wave for Longzhu.
Yep.
Now, CJ waited until the Sivir ult came back up again, and Longzhu probably shouldn't have given them that much time, but they just kited out. Not really a problem. They've got so much room to maneuver, and everybody just taking some damage now from the turret. They are going to pop the GA from Expression, but that doesn't matter. Chaos Storm, and this spear is absolutely ridiculous. Tags him on the side of the hitbox. So they get an inhib in return, but Longzhu gets the ace.
Well, to the CJ fans watching, please go consult your local cardiologist and get your heart checked out, because
so ridiculous.
that
Achillea.
probably just did something really bad to your arteries and your heart, your pulse.
I don't think any of them are alive anymore.
Yeah, they might have all just had simultaneous heart attacks. But yeah, I'm sorry. I look forward to reading your very depressing comments in the post-game thread.
They're dead. I'm sorry.
Their ghosts will come back.
Well, we haven't seen Ghost yet, actually, for CJ. So
that'll be
I'm
the
not
first
sure.
appearance.
The first appearance of Ghost. Wow. Well, not much to say about that one.
Yeah. Might just go back and pour one out on the curb for these guys.
Longzhu did play that right. One thing we can say is that
absolutely.
Longzhu's patience was super good in that situation. They weren't, they didn't get flustered, they didn't overcommit, and then they played well afterwards, but they don't have any vision on Baron right now.
Yeah, it was really hard for them to misplay that. But this, though, giving over a potentially free Baron, definitely a bad thing. They're just not even going to get there in time. What is happening?
Yeah, what is happening?
Longzhu.
So they're going to maybe get,
They're going to go for the Elder, I guess.
but they could have just done this earlier.
Oh, wait, Death Brush. Question is, did CJ read Reddit?
I mean, they know they're,
Oh,
they
yeah.
know they're
They have
in
a
there.
big, the big horde there. Okay.
There was a big ward, and they didn't see anybody walk towards the Elder Dragon, so the threat level was very low.
Yep. At least they're going to get a red buff.
All right.
All right, but here we go. Jumping over the walls. The pink's
Nobody's
still
going
there.
to check it. Please check that brush.
Well, Chaser did just, well, he should have seen it.
I'm sure he did.
He leapt out of there so quickly, maybe he didn't notice it. Well, they're just going to take the Scuttle Crab, so they have that
No, they
constant
still want to
vision.
be engaged on this, by this CJ composition. It
Yeah.
is really dangerous. But CJ doesn't have any control over bottom or top right now, so they can't actually use this Baron buff for anything, except for maybe fighting over the Elder Dragon.
This turned into a really weird game.
Oh yes, this whole series is really weird. And not in a particularly exciting way. In how do these teams keep getting themselves into these kind of positions? It's almost artful in how bad it is.
Yeah. I don't know.
Like sometimes in this series, I wonder if they tried to do this, if they could actually do. Like, could you actually engineer a situation or a circumstance to get back into that situation again? Would be the question. Not sure you could.
It's almost like sitcom levels of just ridiculous crap
Yes.
happening to either side.
It is like a
Oh, not again!
yeah, exactly.
And then the laugh track runs like.
That's a very good analogy. CJ, how did you get into it this time?
They need their one-off line, the hit line from the show.
That's Craver.
I like everybody in the audience. Well, this game feels like it's been an hour.
It's only 42 minutes.
I guess it's because of the delays. We did have
Yes.
2 pauses,
Yeah, we did have
so I guess that would be the cause of it. But CJ finally
Well, they actually
figuring
found
out
a
what
good
to do.
angle. That was actually good, using
Yeah.
their speed to just take down this inhibitor turret. They're going to get this for free.
Yeah, Spencer can't do anything. He's going to get jumped on here. Bayou Taro locks him up. The bubble comes in as well. He's going to get popped. Guardian Angel is there, though. Bring him back alive. Question is, can he get out of this one? Dar goes deep. He snaps back, and he's just going to get blown up by Kramer. Tidal Wave comes through, pops up Emperor, but nobody can jump on him. Looks like CJ is just going to be happy to take down this second inhibitor. The one in the mid has respawned, and they're not really in much of a position to go for that one. So they're just going to back off.
Yeah, the Expression, though, made the big mistake right there. He had to just let that turret die and defend the inhibitor.
Yeah.
And instead, he overcommits to using his parallel convergence while the rest of his team isn't quite there yet. That was a very defensible situation for Longzhu. It was a good rotation by CJ to use the speed to take that turret, but you don't just overcommit. It's okay to lose the inhib turret this late in the game. They're not worth that much at this point anyway. They're not actually providing any kind of defense, so don't be bothered by it. And now instead you may lose 2 inhibitors.
Yep, looks like it's certainly going to happen as Kramer is moving up, has that massive shield from VDD. So they will be able to take him down with 2 inhibitors broken. CJ very clearly can just go over and take down this Elder Dragon.
Well, there are super minions still pushing back towards CJ's base in the top side, so it's not actually a guarantee.
Well, they're going to start it up. And you can see
They
this
should
thing is-
fight this, if anything, if you're Longzhu.
Well, they should have fought that last Baron. They didn't do that either, so they're just going to go ahead and give over this Elder Dragon really late on the True Shot Barrage Emperor.
They had TP up for Expression. I don't see a reason why you don't fight that. As you can see, there are still super minions pushing out on top. There weren't any super minions in the mid lane yet.
Yeah.
I think with your double TP, you at least have to take a stab, because now you're in a situation where there's no chance, really.
Yeah. I think they basically lose this game now. So really drawing it out to let us figure out who is going to be the bottom team.
Yes, they are.
But CJ looking a lot better with the shot calling, at least compared to the last game.
Yeah, they have been decisive when it comes to these Sivir Karma engages, which is...
Sans the part where they ran into Longzhu base and got trapped for an eternity. That was the blemish on the face of an otherwise okay game.
Fair enough.
But you can see they're already chunking out Chaser. I keep wanting to say Tracer, playing too much of another game, Monty.
You think Chaser plays Tracer?
He might. I'd ask him, but he's out in the studio tonight.
That's true. Sorry, a question for another time.
Big hit onto Kramer, but that shield is making up for it. They push in, they will take down the turret. Dar just sitting in the front line, completely healthy with that sap magic, especially already going to have to go ahead and use the ultimate snap back, but it doesn't matter. He goes down. Haru finds the kill. That's going to be the 3rd inhibitor falling here on the side of Longzhu as CJ looks to close out this game.
Yeah, should be a pretty elementary right now.
I would hope so.
Yeah, there's not any kind of front line any longer.
Yeah, it's do or die time here if you're Longzhu. They throw it on the gravity field. It's not going to catch anybody. Spear chunks out Mad Life a little bit. They're able to clear out these little bits of minions that are coming in. They still have super creeps crashing from the top and mid. Bot will be joining them in just a little bit. CJ with a big shield going to push in, take down this second Nexus turret. Now exposed. Tar goes in, locks down Chaser. He's popped up in the air by that bubble. He's taking a hell of a lot of damage. Haru though, doesn't matter. The Nexus is going to die. I was focusing too much on the fight and not on the HP of the Nexus.
I can't believe, Achilles, that after getting aced inside of Longzhu's base like that CJ was able to win that game.
I just can't believe that they got themselves into that situation in the first place. But yeah, it's good on them to be able to bounce back from that. And Longzhu just not making concise decisions whatsoever. Not going in to contest that other Baron, and then not contesting the Elder Dragon whatsoever. It was just
both of those things
a lot
could
of
have been
fumbling.
fought over by Longzhu for sure.
Yeah.
But that game, at least, Haru actually did some work, did miss a smite on that Baron, which gave Longzhu a window back in. But he also had some really good Lamps respites on the first Baron.
Yeah.
I actually thought CJ did an exceptional job in the early game. And had that Baron not been stolen, this would have been a much shorter game, quite clearly, because CJ did do a good job of snowballing it. And in fact, they even played that second Baron properly. They made sure to use the Lamb's Respite, get Chaser out of the pit, and then they had the opportunity to smite it, just failed to do so.
Yeah,
So
Haru just didn't pull the trigger on it fast
that's a mechanical mistake from Haru. But conceptually, unfortunately, the Baron fight was played well 2 times in a row there by CJ ENTUS.
Yeah.
And if they had gotten that second Baron, we wouldn't have had to wait for the third one and then everything else to unfold from there. But as far as the early game was concerned, credit to CJ. Decisive engagements, using that pick composition to get what they needed, committing to that fight after that first dragon, and then turning it into a 24-minute Baron. It's good stuff.
Yeah, looking a bit better there. But now tied up 1-1. CJ and Longzhu are going to have to duke it out in one more match. We'll see who's going to take the lead when we come back from this break.
Played a lot of you, my winning. It's like 25 the laughs that you bust out of prison. Something's in the air, something's in the air. It's like that feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air, something's in the air. Whoa. Something big, I feel it happening out in my control. Pushing, pulling, and it's grabbing me. Feel it in my bones like, oh, whoa. To win the medal, and you work so hard that you knew you wouldn't settle. Hands are in the air, hands are in the air.
Welcome back. Your MVP from the second game was Kramer.
With his finger gun,
With
maybe
his-
he's just saying, shh,
Yeah,
it will all be over soon.
but that's a very big lie. Both of these games
Yes.
have been really, really long tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been 2 hours and 45 minutes, and we've only gotten through 2 games.
Yep.
Great
Granted, we did
times.
have 2 different delays, so that does add to the tally. But yes, both of these games have been pretty damn long tonight.
That play by CJ after the Dragon was really well done. That's how you have to use the Karma and the Sivir combination, and then they got to catch right here. I wish we had seen him transition into that Baron, but
Yeah.
that was pretty crucial. And then right here, especially made a huge error without any kind of backup,
Yeah,
trying
no
to defend that
business.
turret. You just need to let the turret die, because this resulted in 2 inhibitors being taken. That one play, the fact that he died, and he lost his GA. So he doesn't have his GA for this fight then, and it's just a giant mess. So
Yeah.
it looks like a bit of a communication error between Expression and the rest of his team. He thought they were going to be there. They, in fact, were still en route.
They were not. But yeah, otherwise, really well played by Kramer in that game. Kind of harkening back to his performances from last split.
With the exception of CJ getting themselves caught in the enemy base. Also,
Yeah.
that game was well played by CJ. They really shouldn't have gotten that second Baron stolen. They did the Baron properly.
Yeah.
And I really like their first Baron, too. So
Yeah.
a little bit unfortunate to lose that to the Ezreal Mystic shot, but they're able to not let Longzhu get anything out of that, really, and then come back, eventually win the game.
Yeah, Haru had the Lambs, Respite's on point. Just the Smite wasn't really there the second time around, so that was a little bit unfortunate. But no, it's good to see that Kramer is actually starting to step up again and begin performing, because, you know, we kind of been saying, like, are we going to see Ghost come out? Because CJ seems like they need a mix-up in the roster. And while that might still be the case, that was definitely a better showing that we've seen from them so far in the last 3 games that they've played in. So definitely more room for improvement, but those are good first little baby steps. But now coming back in, it's going to be Game 3, tied 1-1. Whoever loses this set, I'm pretty sure, is just guaranteed bottom spot.
Let's not be so dramatic.
like,
Guaranteed for now, yes.
For now. I don't
Yes.
mean like for the rest of eternity, but yeah, for now, which is a bad place to be in.
Yeah, and especially with MVP and Ever coming in. MVP
Exactly.
has looked more competitive than either of these 2 teams
Yeah.
so far, and Ever actually beat CJ, so
Very convincingly, too.
yes, very convincingly in that first play day. Not sure what we're waiting for. All the players are in the lobby at the moment. We're not going to see any kind of player swaps, so I imagine things will be hopefully happening soon.
It's that pesky Skype acting up again, I'm telling you.
Well, hopefully they manage to solve that during the break. But yes, we are waiting on this game to actually start. But as far as I can tell, there aren't any kind of problems.
Yeah, not really sure. But, yeah, how are you guys doing tonight? Come here often?
You're looking very handsome.
Yeah.
And or pretty.
We don't discriminate.
I, for example, am both. So
Ah,
there you go.
look at that.
That's right. You,
You gotta
double down.
You gotta brush the hair to the
double,
side.
Double down on the superlatives. That's right.
Do you feel pretty? Oh, so pretty.
I do in my vest.
Feel
and-
pretty and witty and
Yes.
gay?
Yep. All those things. Very happy.
All right. Well, yeah. Piggyback broadcast.
Yeah. So, guess we're just
It's
going to wait
interesting
here, see if the Swain and Vlad are banned again, which I really hope they're not,
Uh,
or whether CJ actually goes back to banning Rise and Azir
I don't
on
know.
the red side, which both teams did on the red side. And then whether Longzhu's going to try and ban that Kindred again. I think you just take that away. Haru
Yeah,
has not looked good on any other champion.
yeah. That was good for him. So definitely want to take that out. Haru is just literally like bubbling 2.0. Like, put him on the Kindred, he does all right. And then everything else, he just kind of fumbles around the map. So they really did good in they know what they're looking for in their junglers, because they're being very consistent in the similarities there so far.
Although Haru had a lot of hype coming in around him out of the solo queue environment, and I took a look at his solo queue, and his mechanics are definitely good, but it does take a long time, I think, to transition into being that, knowing how to play the map properly as a jungle. That's a hard role. It's not as hard as top, I think, to transition from solo queue into professional play, but it is probably second hardest.
Yeah. Well, I know that when Zig was out here from formerly of TL, now on Phoenix 1, the top laner, he was out here boot camping by himself after the spring split had concluded. He actually encountered Haru. I forget what name he was going by at the time, but he actually encountered him in solo queue, and they talked a little bit because Haru speaks a decent bit of English, and he said like, "Oh yeah, I'm the new jungler for CJ." So like, Zig has played with him, and he said that he was very good. But we can see we are finally out of that little break and into the pick and ban for the final game. It's going to be LeBlanc and Sivir taken off the board here by Longzhu, who are over on the blue side. Rise so far from CJ.
Yeah, I like this Sivir ban quite a bit. Although the LeBlanc is a bit weird. I would have expected Bard, Kindred, Sivir, but instead they decide that that Sivir Karma pick composition was actually the primary issue that they faced, and they were collapsed on very quickly, and it was played well by CJ, so I do understand the logic behind those bans. CJ just mirroring the bans they had in the first game of the series. Question will be whether they ban the Nidalee or not, and Bard is going to be available for Mad Life or Pure. Both of them are good Bard players.
Well, we'll see. We can only guess that it should be the Nidalee coming through here as the final ban, but they could shake it up a little bit. Try to ban something else. It's actually going to be the Vladimir, so Nidalee does make it through yet again for Chaser if they want to go for that.
Well, they took the win against Italy, so maybe they're not convinced that that is going to be the best pick for Chaser. He did win on Rek'Sai in game number 1, and they may just go ahead and take the Swain immediately once again, but they won't be able to pair it mercifully for us with the Vladimir this time.
Well, they will lock it up, so we'll see if that's going to be for Coco or Expression in the top side. Now looks like Haru might want to try his hand at the Nidalee.
I think Chaser's going to be just fine on the Rek'Sai if he has to go that direction.
He did a very good job in the first game.
Lucian may be the takeaway.
Yeah, he was banned in the last game by CJ. And Kramer does love him some Lucian.
Ember did fine on the Ezreal in the last game, though. He actually did more damage to champions than anybody else in the game. So.
He also stole a Baron?
He also stole a Barons. And he also played well, except for that one face check. I thought he was pretty good.
Yeah.
So Lucian and Nidalee will be the lock-in. So some early hints at a pick composition, which may prompt a Braum to be taken here by the likes of Longzhu Gaming.
See, if not, CJ could just grab up that Braum for themselves. You know, Mad Life is perfectly happy, content with playing that.
CJ really committing to the early game this time, which we've had questions about, but they did it well in the last game, you have to admit. They snowballed their advantage, it took 2 kills and turned it into a Baron in 24 minutes.
Which really, if they want to go for early game, we could just see that Bard come out for Mad Life. You know, Bard plus Lucian. It's a pretty devastating lane. The Rek'Sai available, but now the hover coming through onto the Graves. Just kind of playing with their options.
Bard and Graves.
Okay.
Some pretty good scaling here in the Graves and the Swain for the likes of Longzhu. No shortage of damage just yet. I do wonder what they're going to be pairing with the Bard, whether they're thinking about picking up an Ezreal or a Caitlyn here.
Kate would be really impressive lane.
Yeah, I think Caitlyn is probably what they should want, considering they're going to have to buy time for the Graves and the Swain to farm.
Yeah.
But it also would mean that they should have a TP mid laner and try and do some sort of 1-3-1 split push in an ideal world.
Yeah. Enemy's got that Swain. You don't know if it's top or mid.
It's true.
CJ might be looking to play around with a Maokai pickup. Echo is also available. But there we go. And maybe, oh, he long hovered on the Thresh for a while there. Got me excited, but the Braum makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, they need to start building up a front line right now, considering they are not going to have a tanky jungler, and at least with the Braum, they will be able to block some of the incoming damage in the laning phase from the Bard. So Braum is what it's going to be, and I think that Untara did do well in the Maokai last game, so go ahead and give it to him. Remember at the beginning of this year, before anyone else was playing Maokai, it was Untara playing the Maokai as a pocket pick, so it's long been something that CJ is accustomed to using.
Now saving that last pick, of course, for BDD in the mid side. Trying to figure out what Longzhu's game plan is and where that Swain's going to be. Talking about the Caitlyn.
Yeah, I like this composition a lot. Well, Echo works too. Either way you're going to do it. What you want to do is set up for a 1-3-1 with this composition, with Caitlyn and Graves in that mid lane, and transition the Caitlyn into the mid lane once she gets BF Sword and Hurricane, and just allow Echo and Swain to 1v1 people in the side lane. So I think this is a good draft from the likes of Longzhu.
We do see Echo coming through. I mean, that could be a mid lane Echo. More than likely going to be at the top side. Give them that additional tanky member on the team.
Either way,
they do have some flexibility with this.
Either way, it works, right? But it probably will be just because they're going to want the Echo Maokai matchup. One thing to consider about Longzhu's composition is while they are good at 1-3-1, if it ever goes into late game team fighting and they have to engage, literally their only form of engage is Bartle.
Okay.
So you have to be super careful and use that cooldown properly, or else it's going to be quite difficult. BDD looking at the Varus right now. He realizes that he's going to need some pretty serious wave clear to deal with Graves and Caitlyn.
Yeah. There's not much else from the side of CJ at the moment, so this would be a really good pickup for that.
Well, they actually have sort of drafted themselves into a corner, though, because even though they get the strong wave clear, and they're going to have a very, very powerful mid-game power spike with a lot of the armor penetration coming out of Varus and Lucian, they still are in a bit of a bind if they ever have to deal with the 1-3-1 split push, because they don't have an answer to both Echo and to Swain. Nobody's going to be able to deal with that, both of those champions at the same time. So as long as Longzhu just keeps their eyes on a wave clear game early and doesn't allow CJ to bully them and knock down their turrets after we see a couple of these Youmuu's ghost plays come out of CJ, they should be able to play a pretty good game of outlasting the members of CJ ENTUS, especially since they don't really have to build a lot of magic resist against Maokai Nidalee in the late game.
Yeah. Well, gonna find out who's gonna take this one. All down to this, Longzhu versus CJ, and if the first two games have been any signifier, I think we can expect to have another long one coming in.
Well, I actually don't think so, because CJ, they've got great lanes to gank for Nidalee. You have the Chain of Corruption and the Twisted Advance and the Concussive Blows, so really a lot of ways for Haru to gank right here. And CJ's going to be looking to hit that mid-game power spike. If they fail to do that, they will not be able to stop Longzhu from 1-3-1-ing, and any kind of engage will probably just blow them up. A good Bard ultimate with a 3-4 item Caitlyn is going to be lights out for CJ.
Well, I'm sure if CJ get an early lead, they'll just walk into Longzhu's base, get trapped, and then give it all away.
Hey, they still won that game.
They did win that game. But my God, did it go on for longer than it needed to. But just getting loaded up and ready to go here. A lot on the line for CJ. Found their first game win here tonight, looking for the match. We're going to see if they can do it here as we get into game 3. All right, Ocean Drake can kick things off. So some nice sustain to elongate these fights as long as possible.
That's right. Get rid of that poke from both sides. Emperor and Pure licking their lips at the prospect of having this matchup, and Grimmer Madlife decide that, you know what, maybe we'll just lane swap after all. Not actually deal with this, and looks like it will not be matched by Longzhu. Yeah, that matchup before you get items is pretty ugly for Lucian and Braum. You're not really going to be able to deal with that much harass easily. Now look at that. We haven't seen that start in a while. Triple saplings into the Raptor Pit.
Yep.
Just to pick up the 3 CS and the experience that comes with it.
Sometimes it interacts a little bit weirdly and the saplings don't get placed properly, and then you don't get all 3 of them. I've had that happen to me a couple times. But
well,
then again, I'm not Utara.
Utara did get all 3.
So good job.
So he lucked out, and will be greedy starts here on the weak side. Echo's going to get a chance to just walk into lane right here. Same with the Maokai, because both of the support and AD carries are not invading. And they're not actually on the same page right there when it comes to where people are. So the Krug and Gromp starts, that does give the top laners just a little bit of time to pick up some CS, and the junglers just left alone.
Here comes Pure.
Mirrored invades. Haru does manage to get away with that one. Looked like it might have been a little bit close.
It was very close. Pure almost able to take that one away. Mad Life now going to roam in. It's a little bit later. So Pure very much quicker to the punch here. And
He got the little wolf.
No, he didn't. He doesn't have any.
Oh, no.
He just missed it.
Looks like Mad Life may have gotten something, though.
Yeah.
Does have a CS.
He might have taken away that small one. But for now, it's just going to be a farm fest for both these 80 carries. We'll see if we're going to have any super greedy builds coming out from either side. But if they're not going to match this rotation after the turrets go down, we could just see double cull coming up for both these 80 carries. Yet again.
Oh, boy.
I love it.
I know you do. You love the lane swaps. Well,
It's the highest level of play, man.
I know. That's why I love it. Looks like do have a little bit of an edge here for Longzhu. Haru getting low and now doubling back into the river to pick up the Scuttle Crab thing. Same thing for the Graves, though. And the Varus doing a good job keeping the Swain bottled up early. This is probably not a very friendly matchup for the Swain, considering how close he has to get. And that happens every time.
Especially because he doesn't want to itemize armor anytime soon. Like, the Spirit Visage works out so well for you against a mage in the mid lane because it just gives you that much more innate sustain. But against Varus,
Also,
it forces you to get Seeker's Arm Guard early, pretty much.
Yeah, also the Rain of Arrows applies Grievous Wounds. So
Yeah.
there's that problem, too, where if you try and actually walk up to him, he can just use that ability to drastically cut your healing.
This is going to be a little bit of a rough one. We'll see how Coco wants to optimize, because I feel like going straight for the Rod of Ages, you're still just going to get heavily punished early on. We'll see. Looks like the swap comes in from Longzhu up to the top. It's going to be mirrored onto the opposite side there by CJ, so still just trying to evade that Caitlyn as long as humanly possible.
Yeah, went for the pickaxe, actually, Emperor, instead of going for the Cull, so he really wants to push an early advantage. That's going to be a delayed Hurricane, too, because he's not going BF Sword into Hurricane, so whether he goes for Infinity Edge first or just sticks with it. Pickaxe Hurricane's really awkward, not great, but I suppose you can do it if you absolutely have to. Depends on how long Coco needs, but they need to get Coco out of this mid lane ASAP, really.
He is not having a very good time right now.
Well, look at him, the global gold instead. How about that?
That works, I suppose.
So this tempo advantage is just going to keep up here for Longzhu, considering that Caitlyn just does have the higher attack damage at this point after the longsword Cole start.
Yeah.
Here from Kramer should make a bit of a difference, but then again, they do actually have their jungler there and their top laner there faster, so things should even out.
Nidalee's going to give that steroid for the attack speed onto Kramer, so that might help make up for the AD discrepancy between the two AD carries.
And also, you have Lucian passive, which
Yeah.
is another little helpful thing.
Should be pretty similar-ish times here. It's going to go down.
Yeah, it's going to have Proxy this wave. They will be forced to wait a moment as Pure takes a tower shot right there for the next wave to come in. So CJ actually doing work with 4.
Yep. Looking pretty good so far. Chaser, though, this gives him time to just sit in the jungle and continue farming up as Graves wants to do. See, he's just a little bit away from finishing that jungle item, but CJ going to be able to pick up this Ocean Drake, starting things off really early here in 6 minutes.
I do wonder why we saw Coco go for Ghost this game as we see Longzhu. This is the best choice I think they could make.
Yeah.
This is a better choice these days than going back and actually taking the Rift Herald if you have to make some sort of counterplay. So I like what we see them doing. Finally, Chaser gets back up into that top side to lay down some of the damage. Kramer is going to recall after helping with the turret. Are they going to commit to this? They really, really should. And Kramer should not be able to, or be allowed to walk up onto this turret whatsoever.
There's no way. He'll just get locked down immediately. See the parallel convergence just going to zone him back. They will be able to finish it off, so that's going to be an objective gold lead over to Longzhu. A Drake for CJ, but the Ocean not going to be doing so much with him right now.
Not immediately. Not immediately. But giving that up with Lucian Varus would have been a pretty bitter pill to swallow.
Yeah.
Certainly very useful against the poke composition if you're Longzhu to pick up that sustain, so you could just back off and make sure you can still defend turrets a few seconds later on. Coco right now is working through that minion wave. He at least has cut that CS gap by just a little bit. And now that he's more safely able to walk up to the wave after hitting level 6. I was going to say, I am surprised Coco took Ghost in this game instead of TP. Again, the 1-3-1 split push would have been very powerful for them. And sure, it's still an option with Ghost, especially with how fast you move at the very high levels once you get to level 17, 18, and you get that 45% move speed. But still just not quite as good as if you had that TP when it comes to responding to plays from your opponents.
Yeah.
Tricky right there from Pure and Emperor, sticking in the around at the top side lane. Actually, they returned there after the recall. They have the BF sword this time.
And also Kramer, so not only just this mid lane, but Kramer has netted himself a pretty good CS lead over top of Emperor, who has the BF sword now in his inventory. Let's see where he wants to take this. I have to imagine that he's going to be going for the Zeal next.
Yeah, I would definitely assume that's going to be the case. One thing we haven't pointed out is that Chaser is absolutely wrecking Haru in the jungle right now. Haru had to be there because Longzhu had such a big... Oh, nice dodge.
Yep. Will get slowed out by that rain of arrows, but not going to get caught by the piercing.
So while we saw that Haru had to descend into that bottom lane to take the turret because they were so far behind on Longzhu, that has now, and he took the dragon, that has now resulted in Chaser getting a huge, huge boost up. 50 CS already here at 9 minutes. And accelerating this Graves is something that's very scary for CJ.
Yeah.
Because the more damage he gets, the better he's going to be able to clear out waves when they try and set up their sieges. And he's a major threat to the backline with that collateral damage. So that's going to be pretty nice for them. A level up also. You see 500 gold approximately his edge right now.
Yep. Parallel convergence. Oh, nice takeaway there by Haru. Using the spear to steal out that Gromp away from Chaser. But also good for both of these top laners. So we're not seeing a massive discrepancy in CS between these guys like we saw earlier on in the series. So both of them going to be kicking things off pretty close to each other. Have pretty much mirrored buys, at least so far, with the Dark Seal and Doran's Ring. So things going pretty well for everyone overall.
Yeah, nobody obviously with a clear lead yet, but we're getting to the point in about 10 minutes that we need to start seeing things from CJ. They need to start pushing their item power spikes if they actually want to take this into the late game, because dealing with Longzhu late is going to be quite troublesome for them when Longzhu has such a freedom to itemize into armor instead of magic resist and be very, very heavy on those statistics, and then BDD and Kramer just naturally going to fall off over time, especially since we are seeing the Youmuu's build here first from Kramer. They've got to really group up, use the culling and the piercing arrow to start zoning people off turrets, getting those free hits in, and taking that advantage.
Yeah. So he's just the one longsword so far for BDD, but I can imagine that this will be a Dirk for him as well on his recall. So it'll just be double Youmuu's for the mid and AD carry. Actually, it's going to be a very early completion on the Manamune. So
yeah, he's under no threat, so getting that up and availably stacking as fast as possible, I do think has a certain level of value in it. Still going to have no problem with the wave clear. It can be a little bit farther back, or just delay the purchase of any kind of arm penetration for a little bit. Not going to be the biggest deal in the world. Chaser actually going for Skirmisher Saber on the Graves. There's another rarity. Typically don't see that item. Usually we do see the Tracker's Knife on the Graves these days.
Chaser going to try his hand at getting this Gromp yet again. He'll be able to take it away this time. No spear going to come out from Haru, who has yet to really make much of an impact in any of these lanes. Just really going down to secure the turrets with the rest of his teammates. Hasn't been going for these ganks anywhere.
Yeah, hasn't had very much opportunity here at 11, 12 minutes, considering that we did have the lane swap to start this game off. So he hasn't been in exactly the best situation to get the ganks rolling. And now looks like we are going to have a little bit of a contest here for the next Drake. Longzhu prepping some vision on the bottom side of the river. And taking a look at that. Recall now from Chaser, just making sure he's got his Warrior Enchant and his Hex Drinker complete already. Hex Drinker a little bit weird to get at this point in the game. I don't see why you would need that right now. Rushing that item when you're against a Varus and a Lucian.
Yeah, just the Italy, the only AP threat's pretty bizarre.
I mean, if he really wants to duel with the Italy with Skirmisher Saber and with a Hex Drinker, then absolutely. But
He's not been finding many of those opportunities quite just yet.
yeah, exactly. Especially when you're going into a dragon, too. We'll see what he can do with it.
Well, everybody bunching up here. Expansion still on the top side. Going to be looking to push that lane back. Has the TP available. All of CJ, though, already clumped up in this mid lane. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to find any sort of engage, so it's really just going to be tiptoeing back and forth while Expansion gets some solo experience.
Yeah, there's no threat in the top lane either. Longzhu can't really do much with his Echo because they already took down the tier 2 turret and traded it for the first Drake. And even then, CJ has managed to catch up mostly through farm advantages in the bottom and the mid lane. So Longzhu also lost all of their wards now that they had previously set up and put down to help facilitate this dragon attempt. All right, well, Maokai now forced into the top side, but he's always going to have the priority for teleport anyway.
Yeah. So no commitment quite just yet. We see the recalls coming out here as Purgo is back, but CJ unaware, not really going to be going for it. Nice jump there on the Emperor. But yeah, not going to be so quick to pull the trigger on that Infernal Drake. Securing that one going to be really important for either side, so nobody wants to mess that up. So.
Yeah, it's actually absolutely huge for CJ if they can pick this one up.
So much more poke damage.
Yeah, they would love to have that.
Oh, Coco waiting in the brush here. Kramer might be getting pinched on. It's going to be the ghost pop here. Kramer trying to run away. Will not get stunned up by that Bard. A huge amount of damage coming through. He gets caught by the Never Move, but they still are able to pop Coco. The Bard ultimate comes through, locks down Kramer. Expression there to jump on top of him. He will be able to secure the kill. Now Utara by himself. Emperor on the run. Takes a huge chunk from Haru, who leaps in with the passive, able to finalize that kill. CJ so far going to be finding a 2-for-1. Still not backing down quite just yet, but BDD taking a hell of a lot of damage.
Where's the
Has
W?
The blue buff, though. Expression on the run still has the ultimate, takes a bunch from that piercing arrow. Spear comes through, but they just cannot catch him. He gets the speed up from the Bard, but that could just be the Drake going over to CJ now.
Wow, that Bard ultimate was so bad from Pure in that fight because it was not used at the right time. When you look at what was going on, Coco was trying for a pick with a Swain. That's like never going to work because you just don't have the damage or the crowd control. You sort of run at them with Ghost. Let's take a look at that. So here's what happens. Coco's going to pop in, try and actually get this down, but Kramer's able just to dash right out of it. Does actually get hit by the root, but this is so delayed. And all this does is allow the other members of CJ to catch right back up with Longzhu when they have this Varus that is doing a huge amount of damage right now. And it was an easy kill for Haru too. So basically that Bard ult just bought Longzhu time. Or CJ time, right? Yeah, CJ time to get together, get grouped, and to win that team fight.
Yeah.
I also don't know what Emperor was doing in the top side of the river because we didn't get to see where he came from. He sort of just appeared with half HP and no mana.
Well, he walked in and then just took a very fat spear to the face. And they made quick work of him, but it's going to be the second Drake of the game going over to CJ. Infernal this time. And like we mentioned, it's going to be really useful for BDD and Haru with their
And they're just nailing this
damage.
timing, man. Like, look at this. Get together. Side waves are in a great place for them.
They know Expression's top.
Yeah, he's not threatening any turret anytime soon. He's not really going to threaten an inhibitor turret at this early point of the game. And Tara will have to peel off. But with both TPs down, they can continue to work away at this ever so slowly, although somebody is going to have to go clear out the bottom side eventually.
Yeah.
So that's actually probably best for them. When you take a look at the side waves to back off at this point in time, make sure they're not going to be losing too much farm.
And yeah, again, look at this really early itemization from BDD, just looking for the Grievous Wounds in addition to the Hail of Arrows. So just going for that 800 gold pickup to just keep denying Coco that regen on this one.
I think this is just going to happen more and more frequently.
Yeah.
On this patch as we see. What?
Bad life, what?
It's just a joke, bro. It was just a joke.
Yeah, just a prank. Just trying to screw with his mid laner there.
He wanted to do the fancy thing where, like, while he was
Block
flying
in midair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the Zac drive-by smite on the Baron pit.
He's trying to be a secret agent right there, or a secret service member, just like diving in front of the bullet. Wow.
That's funny. Well, Longzhu gonna look for the best of a bad situation and go over toward this Rift Herald. Of course, not gonna grant them any gold at this point.
I don't think they want to do this.
Yeah, this might be really questionable. Expression and Emperor are both super low. They're gonna get sent off of it. So Longzhu really faltering as far as the
If they lose mid turret because of this, I am going to tilt to the moon.
I'm sure they are as well. So you can say hi to them for me. But they still have a decent bit of wave clear coming out, so only gonna be a little bit of damage as Coco gets grabbed up by that arrow. Bard ultimate comes through, catches 3, but they can't capitalize on any of this, so it's really just gonna delay them taking down the turret, but they're still just gonna stick around and wait for this wave to crash.
Yeah, Ember did have a chance to recall now. He's still waiting on that Runin's Hurricane. Actually, he's gonna go recurve bow and then Infinity Edge. Okay. That's weird.
Special uses the ultimate to snap back into mid lane to try to offer up some more wave clear. Nice unbreakable there by Mad Life, blocks the collateral damage. That's going to allow for a little bit more time. Auto attacks in onto the turret. CJ should be able to secure this objective. So, you now have my permission to tilt to the moon.
It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. But had they actually defended that and sent Emperor back earlier and pushed up the wave, they probably wouldn't have lost that mid lane turret for a couple more minutes at the very least. I just don't know what the goal of getting that Rift Herald buff was. I suppose they really just wanted it on Expression so he could split push against the Maokai.
Would you like to really tilt? You can take a look at Emperor's build path.
It's not. Oh, come on! It's not that bad.
But you didn't go. You're supposed to go for the Zeal, man. BF sword, then the Zeal, then the IE.
Oh yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Sorry. Yes, you're absolutely right. The fact that he went recurve, I said that before that fight started. The fact that he went for recurve and then the crit cloak is really weird because what they need him to do is wave clear in mid.
Yeah.
They really need him to do that. Because right now, as it stands, Coco has to walk up to the wave to clear, and when he does that, he's going to just get hit by arrows and spears. So it doesn't. It's great that he has all the sustain, but he is going to take a lot of burst and probably not be able to do it thanks to the rain of arrows. So yes, getting that Hurricane is really, really important, and it has been circumvented entirely in this build.
Yep. I don't know. Longzhu making a lot of really strange decisions so far. See them hovering around this brush, trying to find a pick, maybe using Emperor a little bit as bait in that bottom side, but CJ aren't going to bite.
Yep. Well, Emperor at least is getting something done right here. And they are playing around the pressure well, so they've left CJ still waiting. I mean, we're still waiting on that little bit of a power spike. Once BDD completes the Yomus and the Muramana, and we see that Black Cleaver coming from Kramer, it is going to go. Oh,
my God. Emperor just getting absolutely blown up. Chaser on the other side of things is going to go down. Kramer finds that kill. Wow, that was a ton of damage onto the Caitlyn.
Jeez. The catch right there was just huge from the side of CJ.
Really great.
Great chain of corruption there from BDD to set that up, and now they may get another Infernal Drake here in 21 minutes.
That is absolutely filthy. 16% increase ADAB. And for a Nidalee and a Varus.
And this is one of those things when we talk about the Varus.
Drake now.
We talk about the Varus and the Lucian falling off. Just great combination. Oh my God.
Didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, also on the other side, Chaser or Chaser rather, gets caught out alone, and the rest of the crowd control comes through, and that's the power of CJ's composition. They have a lot of single target CC, so if you get caught alone like that, it's quite easy to die.
Yep.
And now that they have this 16% increase, like I said, we were going to say, okay, well, the Varus and the Lucian are going to fall off with these builds in the late game. Well, guess what? They're not anymore. They're definitely not anymore.
Yeah.
And there's not even a way that Longzhu can really come back with this either, because with the Mountain Drake next, if CJ gets that one too, this is nightmare fuel. These are the dragons you don't want CJ to get if you're Longzhu.
Yeah.
First two, Ocean, double Infernal, and if they get a Mountain too, they would have to seriously misplay their sieges in order to lose this game.
Oh, wow. Kramer just feeling confident. Goes straight in on an Emperor. Almost finishes him off, if not for the body block from Pure.
Yep. Black Cleaver's done. He's got 16% extra damage. He is ready to rock, man. He nearly just one-shot Emperor right there.
That's pretty brutal.
And Emperor doesn't have the wave clear still. He completed the Infinity Edge, so we're still waiting on the Runin's Hurricane.
Yep. Still trying to complete the Zeal, which he'll get right there, so still going to be a couple hundred away from the Runins.
Oh, nice delay, too.
Yeah, Haru spotting that out there in the Spear. And this is CJ playing so much better. Where was this CJ from game 1?
I think CJ played pretty well in game number 2. Again, with the exception of getting trapped in the base.
Yeah, but game 1, it looked like a chicken with its head cut off. Now it's like...
Well, they banned the Vlad. That was the key. They just didn't understand it. So they got, and sometimes you have to do that. Yes, it looks silly that they banned the Vlad and the Swain in game number 2 and banned the Vlad again. And yes, they had the tools to deal with it. But if you don't know how to deal with it, you can't execute it.
Oh boy, Zara in a bad spot. He's going to get stunned up by this parallel convergence. And Expedition still pretty healthy. Still has that mana. It could just be a solo kill, and it will be.
Wow.
So,
well, that's going to relieve a lot of pressure.
Yeah. That's a nice little pickup there from Longzhu. So Expedition trying to make up for the shortcomings of the rest of his team.
Actually, CJ could have just followed back and started the Baron right there, realistically. Because neither of the top laners had TP, and as long as Expedition is just going to try and commit to a solo kill, and there were no wards at all from the members of Longzhu, so I think you could have forced them to face check a brush into a Chain of Corruption right there at the very least. You don't even have to start it, because the wave was already at the tier 2 in the mid and the top side. So a bit of a missed opportunity there from the likes of CJ ENTUS to really make something out of that situation.
Good stuff. But still a long ways to go before they can get themselves comfortably back into this game. It's only 3.2 thousand separating them, but the double Infernal Drake is so daunting. Especially with Mountain on its way. Oh, he got the seal.
Yeah, Haru actually gets that one.
It was the proc.
It was the proc on the Runic Echo.
Chaser's just got to be tilted at this point. He's lost so many things. And look at this chase coming in from Kramer. Dashes forward. Forces out the flash from Emperor. That should be a damn near a turret going down.
No, they don't actually have to go for it right
there.
now. Just go for the mid lane instead. You have the fast track through the enemy jungle. Look how much damage BDD's doing to it.
Yeah.
Gets it down already to nearly dead. And they're going to try and TP. This is a desperation play, but CJ knows it's coming.
Yeah, and they have their way out of here. And Tara's still holding on to hits on the top side. They're just going to ping for this mid and wrap around and defend. Meanwhile, Kramer just takes out the tier 2 bot.
Tara doesn't even care. He doesn't even TP in response because the TP was in such a poor location. They had nowhere on the bottom side of the map to TP to.
They also just don't have anything to do. They couldn't even take that TP and say, okay, let's take the tier 1. They still have Emperor in the bottom side.
Yeah. Yep.
So there's no chance of a tower take. So Longzhu are just completely flopping around the map.
Well, a Hurricane is done at least here. For the likes of Emperor. Well, that actually is important for any kind of defense that they're going to mount and their wave control, because that's what they were lacking, is
it's just hitting
any way to clear a wave, because Swain can't walk up and neither can Echo.
Yeah, it's just nearing that point of too little too late.
Yes.
Which is the bad thing.
Yes, it is. Although they're only 4,000 down, so it's not. There is some light at the end of the tunnel.
It's really going to come down to this next dragon, though. If CJ gets the
Mountain Drake, the double Infernal is also really bad at this point. Like, really, really bad. So Mortal Reminder now done for BDD, taking away some more of those.
There's chance of a triple Infernal.
Yes, there is.
There's enough time.
There is enough time, as long as they take this at spawn. Which you imagine would be the priority.
Yeah. I mean, they need to get some more wards down on that bottom side right now. CJ's vision is lacking. All of Longzhu's is just relegated within their own jungle.
But at least they have the pressure.
Yeah.
They still have their mid lane turret, so it will be somewhat difficult for them to lose this.
Yeah.
They're still feeling quite good about this power spike.
Oh, Kramer dashes out of that one. The Bard ultimate not going to connect as he flashes away. Mad Life up in the front side trying to block all of this damage coming through with the Unbreakable. Kramer does fire out the culling, get some good damage in onto the Graves.
They missed the Chain of Corruption right there. Had BDD landed that, that would have been a very different engage, and they probably could have locked somebody down. Also, Untara not in the best position at the start of that fight. They still get decent poke damage down, but that could have been a lot better for CJ.
Yeah, well, they'll be able to recuperate any damage that they took because they do have that Ocean Drake at the moment, and you can see the onslaught of poke is still coming through. Just not quite finding the targets just yet. They will get the Scuttle Crab, but they chunk out Emperor, and that should be an opening.
Yeah, he has
here
no
for CJ.
lifesteal right now, so
Yeah.
his options to get back into this fight are extremely limited. Bard health packs.
They almost have the Chain of Corruption again. It's already 3/4 of the way off cooldown.
Cooldown on that one.
Dragon resetting, though, not doing good things for CJ. Coco looking like he wants to pinch in from the bottom side. Parallel convergence gets thrown out. They go in. They're not able to find the catch. Chaser takes a ton of damage, though, from Piercing Arrow. He's going to send him packing. Meanwhile, they go into Coco, who already used the Zonias. Will heal up the full HP, and it looks like Longzhu.
Got
no,
it!
They don't confirm it. Haru comes in with the steal, and that is going to be Coco going down. And with that, I'm pretty sure it's just about the last nail in the coffin here for Longzhu, as CJ are just looking so concise in this game.
Wow, Chaser did not actually smite that. So Haru just waltzed in and ended up taking the Mountain Drake. Absolutely a huge takeaway. And there will be another Drake actually before that
Yeah. Didn't get the spot.
Elder Dragon spawn. Yeah, I didn't see which one it was
They
either.
can just go for a bait here, though.
Yep, this is what they should have been doing earlier actually when Antara was dying.
Yep. Oh, well, here we go. Grab up onto Expression. Still has the ultimate available. They lock him down with the Chain of Corruption. He can't do a damn thing. He falls. Haru finds the kill. And 2 members down. Coco getting ready to come back
Watch
up,
how
but
fast
no
this
TP.
Baron goes with 2 Infernals and a Mountain.
Yep, it's already below half HP. Bard ultimate comes through. Will delay at Chaser on the back side. Gonna get spotted out by the ward. He's just way too low to go for this one. Has to go in, doesn't find it, and he's gonna die at the same time. And yeah, I think CJ win this one.
I think they do too, and this has been a much more encouraging game for the likes of CJ and
CJ fans can rejoice for the time being. We'll see if they manage to throw this. But
Haru's had a couple of actually pretty good games on Kindred and Italy now.
Yeah.
So
too bad it's 2 of the most banned champions in
and
LCK right now.
also, CJ, how have they been winning these last 2 games? By having early pressure on the map and by taking dragons. Remember, CJ came into this game with the lowest dragon percentage of any team in this league. They were only taking 30% of dragons. And the last couple, they've managed to really inflate that number, make sure that they get 100% of the dragons in this game. And it's definitely working out a lot better when they've shown much more of a bite in the early game.
Yeah. And that was, and this goes completely against what CJ used to do last split, where they found their victories, which was hold on as long as possible, have Kramer and BDD try to play around the late game. Now, they're finally able to start adapting to this early game. They come out swinging, and they're finding success. So this is a good transition for CJ. If they can keep this up and bring this level of play into their other matches, they could actually rise back into the middle of the pack and maybe find a playoff spot by the end of this split.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. So
I won't hold my breath on it.
I wouldn't hold my breath on it either.
But it's possible.
You never know. So here we go. Another turret will be falling immediately.
Kramer going to go in. Look at Chaser taking all of that damage. And he is going to have to go chase straight back. Wow. I didn't even get to see the majority of that, actually. Looks like he just got caught by the piercing arrow.
Yeah, not even Seed right there.
Flipped him right in the ass, and he goes down.
Took some of the culling, and at this point, with the amount of damage that's coming out of BDD and Kramer, you have to be extremely respectful
Look at this.
of their poke.
Untara is drawing 3 members into this bottom side. They won't kill him, and they're going to lose an inhibitor for it. Oh, okay,
No,
maybe they
they'll
will
kill
kill him. They will kill him, but at what cost?
Yes, at what cost indeed. They're probably going to lose 2 inhibitors, actually, depending on how hard they want to go for this. 10 seconds left on the Caitlyn. They may just decide that's a worthy enough trade, though, with the advantage that they have, and avoid making any further mistakes.
We see Coco on the sidelines. They might be able to get a pick onto him. No, he's just going to head back off into mid, but they take away the blue, so CJ is just ripping everything out of the grasp of Longzhu.
Uh-oh. They're going to try for this one.
He doesn't have a ghost. Haru makes it over the wall. They might just leave him out of the base and go straight back in for the inhibitor.
Yeah, if they've cut 2 people off right here, they can get some really good damage down onto the inhib. ENTUS going to be coming back up in 8 seconds, and he has TP, so you might as well just continue this siege.
Here's the trap god. They're just going to try to break this trap line as best as they can. Kramer going in, getting the damage through. They should be able to finish this. TP's coming in from ENTUS. 2 members get caught by that Bard ultimate. It's going to be BDD and Haru, and they blow BDD completely up. Now ENTUS in this front line, and Madlife having to hightail it out of here. This could be a fight that Longzhu can actually win. Haru jumps over the ball, but there's Pure to meet him. He's going to get caught up, and it looks like he's going to go down. He falls. That's going to be Coco finding the kill. A 2 for 0 so far. Several members of CJ quite low. They have to back off. This could be a time for Longzhu to pinch back in and maybe get some turrets.
Yeah, they needed to wait for ENTUS to TP until they actually started assaulting that inhibitor, and instead he does use it as soon as he's able, but can't quite get into position, and they do catch out BDD because Maokai wasn't there to zone. But still, Longzhu does something right now. They did get a Bard ultimate off. We talked about at the start of this game that that's really their only form of engage, and they do make it work. So there you go. People trying to get out, and just barely, especially the Nidalee, not escaping that one. And Tara comes in, but BDD caught on the periphery and instantly exploded. They're also able to take out Haru. He does attempt to flash over the wall, but Magical Journey there to help catch him out. And that's going to be it. So Pure keeping his team in this game. But really, for how much longer? We've got 35 seconds on the next Drake.
They got 1 tower from all of that, just the tier 1 in the mid side, so they don't pick up too much. The inhibitor is still standing in mid, but it's going to be another Ocean Drake, so double Ocean, double Infernal, and a Mountain potentially here for CJ.
And then just the sheer terror of if they actually get an Elder Dragon in this game, what that's going to do to this composition. BDD now, by the way, has a Mercurial Scimitar. QSS already on a Kramer, so they're really whittling away the options that Longzhu has to catch them out. Although really, what are they trying to QSS here?
I'm not sure.
Those are actually not good items against Longzhu's composition.
I guess the Never Move and the Parallel Convergence, but that's about it.
Like Cosmic Binding? You
Cosmic
shouldn't get
Binding.
hit. If you're Caitlyn, you shouldn't get hit by the Parallel Convergence anyway, one would suppose. So that seems like perhaps an overly cautious itemization choice there by BDD and by Kramer. What are you going to get hit by?
I don't know. Well, maybe just looking to pick up the Mercurial for the sake of getting cleansed out of those rare occasions, but also having that lifesteal without having to buy a dedicated item.
I think it makes more sense for BDD because of the Bard, but when you're Lucian, I probably should not be getting hit by Cosmic Bindings no matter what. So,
especially in Pure looking for a gank on the sidelines, but they're spotted, so they throw out that spear, and now you can see just CJ pushing in, trying to get this. The Bard ultimate not going to connect on anybody this time. Just catching a couple minions, and that will be this inhibitor going down in the mid side. CJ going to be happy with that. He's going to back off and push in this bottom wave, maybe looking for a third inhib.
Yeah,
they can break that. The Baron spawns in 50 seconds. They could just take that for free.
Yeah, they don't have to do anything. All they have to do right now is play super cautiously. There's no TP, or there is a TP up for Expression, but he's Echo, so he's not going to have a particularly powerful flank attack. So as long as they can just play with the poke right now, if you can get this turret, okay. If you can't, shouldn't overcommit to it. Don't overcommit to it.
Well, it's going to be a Never Move coming in the backside. Not able to find anybody. Madlife stuck up in the front. He will go down here. Chaser's going to be the ones finding the kill. They almost take out Expression's GA, but that's just going to be a pick for the turret here for Longzhu.
Why? Why go for that? They played so far up. They started face tanking the turret with Maokai. You don't have to take that inhibitor turret right now. Your main goal is to distract them so the super minion waves move into their base so that you can go and take that Baron.
You also have all of the poke in the world, so
Yes.
why not just play it cautious, play it patient, poke them out with the piercing arrows, with the nidalee spears, and then try to go in once you've worked them down.
Yeah, everything else is gravy at that point. Your goal is get super minions into their base and then take Baron. That is your goal. You don't need to go take that inhibitor turret when you already have 2 inhibs down. Now one inhibitor is coming back up, and you've given Longzhu a chance to get back into this game with a Baron.
Yeah, they're going to go for this one. Chaser's still sitting in the pit, taking a lot of damage just from the Baron itself. You see Expression.
Oh my.
Wow. Expression channels the TP. Arrives too late to really help them solidify that, and they just have to back off. And Emperor taking that much damage. That's going to be pretty detrimental. We can see the wave crashing in. You're going to start whittling down this top inhibitor, and the super creeps also moving on to the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, now
That
CJ
should
can
just
do
be-
this.
yeah.
Fortunately for CJ, they had such a huge lead that they weren't able to throw the game by doing something like that, and they only lost one person, and it was Mad Light, the support player. But that's the kind of situation that you really need more discipline to enact, because
Yeah.
you just have to know patience. We've already got this game. As long as we play it out properly, there's virtually no chance for them to come back. They can't even do anything like have a crazy teleport flank because Echo is really bad at doing that in the first place. So the ways for them to lose this game were so few, and they nearly found one of them.
Well, if that's the worst thing that happens in this game for CJ, I think they'll be pretty happy by the end of it. Still a little bit of time, though, for them to screw something up. 10,000 gold lead, though. Up 5 turrets and 5 dragons as well. They're looking really poised to be able to take this out. Moving in, take down this inhibitor yet again. Flash away by BDD will keep him out of that Bard ultimate. Harder, though, does get caught. He's getting locked up in the front line. It's going to be the Glacial Fisher coming across. They lock up Expression. They're going to get the Guardian Angel out of him. Emperor trying to do some damage, but he's only able to hit Rutara, who goes in deep onto Expression, locks him up, and they take him down. Creamer finding the kill. Now straight over onto the inhibitor. Super Creeps pushing in with the Baron buff. I think this is going to be the end of the game here for CJ ENTUS.
Yeah, sure looks like it. And Expression didn't even have time to use his Chrono Break in that
Oh,
fight.
Kramer going forward, finds Chaser, takes him down. Emperor down as well, and Coco just having to retreat back to the base. CJ ENTUS gonna get one on the board here, finishing out this game at the 39-minute mark, taking down Longzhu in a 2-1 series.
And not only do they get their first best-of-3 win, but they got their first game win in this series too. So you'd have to imagine that this is going to be somewhat of a morale booster for CJ, who had so far gone 0-6 in games and 0-3 in best-of-3s. Well, they show up tonight. They actually play aggressively in games number 2 and 3 in the early game. They did have some slip-ups, but they also showed some pretty decent plays as well, as we see BDD, of course, on that Varus, topping out the damage charts.
Breaking out the 1,000 damage per minute line with Varus. And look at the numbers from Longzhu. These are just absolutely pitiful amounts of damage, really, compared to that of CJ ENTUS.
Well, I mean, that's what you expect when this game. You see the double Infernal and the Mountain Drake go over. You get to see CJ picking up an early Baron and really pushing their advantage. They're never going to be in range. They're always just going to get poked out by the Varus.
it's just so shocking to see a Caitlyn do so little damage.
Well, if Caitlyn ever got 3 or 4 items and had something to engage behind, that wouldn't have happened. So, but remember how long it took Caitlyn to actually get into this game. Also, Emperor finished with a Lord Dominic's Regard, Runins, and IE. So he doesn't even have a rapid fire cannon or anything to increase his range so he can get more of those attacks down. He was never even in a position to really hit a lot of Runin's Hurricane procs across the members of CJ. So it's just kind of the nature of the game that was played, because he was just poked every single time. And it's not like he necessarily did a bad job. He was trying to have to dodge Culling, Piercing Arrow, and Nidalee Spears. That's not easy.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
It's very true. And he didn't dodge very many of them.
No, and in fact, he just got, impaled by many of them and died. But regardless, that game was a result of CJ's aggressive early game and the fact that they managed to set up at the right times and they got super lucky with the Drakes too. Like, that went so well for them. It's hard to imagine that going better for them.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a double mountain as opposed to the Ocean Drake, but
but
outside of that, they got extremely lucky. But this is a good turnaround here for CJ ENTUS, and we'll see who the MVP is. It's going to be BDD, so both of our carries from the side of CJ are going to be MVPs tonight, and he had just one hell of a game, as we mentioned, breaking that 1,000 damage per minute mark here. and he will find himself his first bit of MVP points.
Yeah, and great job from BDD. We saw the Azir ban throughout this series, so he couldn't go back on his signature champion. I don't even know how Emperor ended up in that position, by the way. Like, literally no idea how he could be positioned in that particular part of the river at that time.
Yeah.
And you see nice chain of corruption right there. Actually gets the kill before the Bard ult landed on him and stopped him up. And there's the nice little takeaway there from Haru. Another chain of corruption onto Expression right into the Twisted Advance, or right after the Twisted Advance.
Oh, God.
Yep, just killed by Burn there.
Thank you, Deathfire Touch.
Yep, Deathfire Touch Burn does get it as he's left with less than 10 HP, it sure looked like.
Thank you, Dark Souls. But, yeah, they just push in. I mean, not only just CJ having a transition, but Emperor did have a very big transition as well.
Yeah.
He started off in Game 1 really impressing us, and then by Game 2 it was just like, okay, not as good, and then Game 3 was just like,
well,
oh,
Game
man.
3 he was not set up to succeed, but his itemization was a huge problem for Longzhu in that game. The fact that he went for the pickaxe first, and then it delayed his BF, and then he couldn't get the Hurricane fast, and then he went for the IE, it was just like, it was a mess, and that's why you don't do those things. He could have not been... He could have gotten the Cull instead of the pickaxe and then tried to play for BF Hurricane, which, if he had gotten that sooner, would have been immensely helpful in keeping the members of CJ off his turrets and therefore preventing that golden Drake lead from ever developing. So I actually think that that itemization was a very large part of why Longzhu lost.
Yeah.
They just couldn't assign their lanes properly. Also, the fact that Swain didn't have TP, I didn't like that either.
Yeah.
I think you have to play for the 1-3-1. You're what's the point of having a Swain against a Lucian and a Varus? He's going to walk up to try and clear the wave, then he's going to get poked, and that's it.
Yeah.
So, or get hit by a chain of corruption and burst it down, which is what happened.
Yeah. You know, BDD definitely doing a really good job, but another one that I think could have been cited for MVP was Haru on the Nidalee, because this is the first time today that we've seen him doing a good job.
I actually thought he would get the MVP.
Yeah, his Kindred was excellent in Game 2. There was a couple moments where, you know, like that no smite on the second Baron was a little bit iffy. But this game on the Nidalee, constant pressure going in against Chaser, taking away so many things from him, stealing out the red buff with the proc from his jungle item. I mean, he just did really well on the Nidalee, and I'd be really impressed to see if he could get his hands on either of those items moving forward, or either of those champions moving forward.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely, especially just because of the typical bans that we see. I guess we're just going to get, like, funky in here now. I don't ever know what's really going on.
This is like music of promiscuous intent.
All right. Okay, guys. So we are going to wrap things up here. Not sure what the super funky beats were.
I don't know. Somebody was watching something over in the control room. But no, that was just the interview music for the Korean stream. But yeah, we are going to wrap it up, guys. So thank you so much for watching tonight. CJ finally putting one on the board. Longzhu, definitely going to have to keep our eyes on them to see if they can improve as time goes on. But we will be back tomorrow. I believe it's you and Doa who will be casting tomorrow's games. It starts at 5 p.m. in Korea. And we're going to get that funky beat yet again. But that's
tomorrow's matches are really good, too. It's Samsung, Jin Air, and KT Rocks.
Yeah,
so
that's really
you definitely
good.
want to see the matches tomorrow night.
KT Rocks could definitely be a really close series, as is Samsung and Jin Air. We'll see if Samsung will finally lose their first game. But that's going to be it from us tonight. So thank you guys for watching. We'll see you back here tomorrow for more LCK action.